Whoa, whoa, whoa. Maybe I should have done a countdown or something. But I had to go live right now, man. This is pretty frustrating. I'll wait for some people to pull up, but damn. Raiders falling again, man. Let's see. You know what? Let's go ahead and freaking work on these. I'm going to get some slides geared up for you guys. We're going to be watching the press conferences. Everyone wins in Vegas. Everyone wins in Vegas. Mr. 2 Cents, I feel you, bro. I feel you. This shit is depressing. This shit, it's going too far. And you know what? I'm a huge Carr guy. You guys know, some of you who watch this channel. It's hard to defend him. My girlfriend was talking shit on Derek Carr towards the end of the game. And I have to be honest, I didn't have many comebacks at this point. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. Who knows? Who knows? We don't know everything that's going on. Obviously, people are not open. We know that we don't have good wide receivers. But the other question is, do we have a good quarterback? I mean, that's what we really need to figure out. And I'm not sure we can just right away say, hey, Carr, he sucks. But there isn't. Here's the thing: our offensive line sucks. Our receiver sucks. And usually in that situation, pocket passers aren't going to do well. I mean, I think that's pretty fair to say. And so one thing you could argue is like, okay, with Carr, if we're not going to have a good offensive line, if we're going to be struggling in that regard, then maybe we have a different style of quarterback. Maybe that's what's appropriate in this situation. Either way, I'm going to grab the press conference so we can watch them. Right as soon as it happens, we'll be watching the press conferences live, and that way we don't miss out on any of that. But I'm editing it right now. You guys should see it. It looks hilarious. But free Carr, some people are saying. Free Carr. I mean, I don't know how. See, here's the thing. If we're anti-Carr now, so to speak, then we kind of screwed up because his value has gone down. Oh my God, we got Hefe in here. I'm gonna have to listen to him talk some shit. Oh God, we'll be reacting to all this stuff. I'm getting it all situated right now. We're gonna see what we think. Some people are already anti-Carr in here, and I get it. I mean, this, in my opinion, I would say this is a very frustrating game, maybe even more frustrating than the Chiefs game, because the Bengals are a beatable team, and the defense of the Bengals isn't as hot as the Chiefs, defense right now. The Chiefs got Melvin Ingram, Jerron Reed. They have a good D-line, Frank Clark, Chris Jones, obviously. But when you're talking about the Bengals, bro, it's just kind of like, can we really not do anything against the Bengals? Like, are we really going to just lose to the Bengals? Like, fuck. What do you guys think? I mean, 1,200 by 720. I mean, I personally think even if we get to the wild card, which, I mean, you're going to sound delusional to say that at this point. Who knows? Some people are saying I told you. What did you guys tell me? By the way, I'm making a compilation of all the shit I've predicted because I feel like people forget. Jacobs is one thing that I predicted. His future with the team is in flux. Farrell, I predicted that shit way early. And I didn't really predict this. I'll give you guys that. I didn't predict this too much. And I didn't predict Gruden randomly getting fired. However, I did predict Gruden suing eventually. So I guess I have that under my belt. Trying to get this browser for you guys. So we can go ahead and watch this video. Loading it up right now. By the way, let me know in the chat, who do you guys like for sure blame for this loss? Who's this loss falling? I think it's still the offensive coordinator. Because early on, the plays were trash. The plays that we called early on were straight up trash. In my humble opinion. All right, so I'm just getting this situated for you guys. Let's go ahead and transition so you guys can see what I've been working on, okay? I haven't been just messing around up here, all right? I'm trying to get this situated so we could freaking watch the press conference together, bro, okay? People are saying, bye, Carr. Really? Okay, think about it. Carr was great. Why do you guys think Carr was great in the first half of the season? We were calling him an MVP. Don't forget. And see, I don't want people to have amnesia. We, including me, including a lot of us, that's why I'm not going to totally just rob on the guy now. We were calling him an MVP the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season. So we can't forget that. Don't just straight up forget, everything we were saying early on in the year. We were all over his nuts. We were all over Gruden's nuts in the beginning of the season. N8, U08, no offensive coordinator. Carr is not the problem. Death Star. Derek Carr is trash. Start Marcus now. James Norris, that's tough. Here's the thing. We're not getting a trade value. If we let Carr keep playing and say you want to get rid of Carr in the future, you need to let him play to increase his trade value. That way in the off season, you can trade this guy. And you know what? I was so pissed off because we had a shot at the end of the game. When Carr fumbled, we did have a shot in that game. So that was frustrating for me too, because I was like, all right, bro, I don't want him to phone it in because we straight up have a shot here. We straight up have a shot. Santi James, he misses Gruden and Ruggs. Here's what I'm saying. Derek Carr was elite at one point. You guys were all calling him an MVP. You guys were all calling it. I mean, even I was calling him MVP candidate. We were straight up doing that before this Gruden shit. We can't forget that. Go back on your Twitter feed. Go back and look at your old comments. That's what you did. That's what we all did, right? So we can't forget that. We can't forget that. So here's another question. Was Carr only playing well? Was he only playing at an MVP level previously because of Gruden? Was Gruden elevating Carr's talent? That's what I'm curious if you guys are with that, if you guys agree with that. I think so. I still think it's the absence of Gruden. I'm not going to just straight up automatically be like, oh, he's always sucked because you guys were all on his nuts. Everybody was on his nuts early on in the year. All right, let me go over some stats about the game with you guys. Let's talk about it right now. By the way, there were some sketchy plays in here and a lot of sketchy things. I didn't have time to pull up the slides, but I will be pulling it up tomorrow. We will be talking about some odd calls. The roughing the passer call that happened immediately, that was pretty weird early in the game. And also, Paul Gutierrez responded to one of my tweets during the game. This is Raiders 7528. This tweet should answer whose fault it was. Fire all the coaches, some people are saying. Raider Wolf Explosion, what is up? All right, I'm downloading some stuff that I wanted to show you guys, and we will talk about that in a little bit. Raider Jackson, thank you for subscribing, bro. Really appreciate that. Jacobs got more. Jacobs did. What do you guys think about Jacobs? I think he actually broke some tackles, but the offensive line was not doing him any favors. 8 years of inconsistency at QB, Raider in some. Come on, bro. It's not inconsistent. 2016, we were on his nuts. First 3 games of 2017, everybody was on Carr's nuts. 2018 was a rebuild year, I'll tell you that. 2019, we were on his nuts the first half, and 2020. And this year especially, everybody was calling Carr an MVP. Now, I do think he played bad this game. He played bad against the Giants. He played bad against the Chiefs. Carr, 6 interceptions in the last 6 games. I have this here on the ticker. Time of possession. This is the biggest thing for me. I'm saying this at the bottom. Bengals 37 minutes, Raiders 21 minutes. And to further back that up, the Bengals had 23 first downs. The Raiders only had 13 first downs. Dang, I think I need some more pomade. I'm looking like a freaking nerd with my bangs hitting the forehead. Vanilla play calling. Dude, the play calling in the first quarter straight up pissed me off. First of all, I actually wrote some notes on my phone about this shit. So in the very beginning, we get the fumble. And that should have been a touchdown. Dan Levitt, shout out to freaking Dan Levitt. Dan Levitt was making some shit happen. And hey, shout out to freaking Perryman. Perryman had a dope game. Our defense held them to 10 points in the first half? While our offense wasn't even getting first downs. Third down efficiency. You guys want to know what it is? We were 1 for 7 on third down. Coco, Willie, we need a clean house. Hey, even if we did well this year because of all the bullshit, the Ruggs, the Arnett, and the freaking Gruden. Gruden's the biggest problem here. Gruden being gone tore everything down. Everything is to shit because Gruden's not here. I will say that. That is my straight up opinion. Anybody who wants to push back against that, go ahead. Say something in the chat, and I will explain why. I'll answer any questions about that. But I think Gruden is the #1 reason why Carr is throwing 6 picks in the last 6 games, why we're completely going downhill on offense. Check the tweet, Raiders7528. Go ahead and leave a tweet in the chat. It's much easier for me to check all in all. I want to do some polls. I want to know yes or no. Do you guys blame this loss on Derek Carr? Yes or no? I mean, I could set up my Streamlabs poll because I kind of like the visual. We'll get that poll situated. We'll get that poll situated in just 1 second. But yeah, that first drive, we get the fumble. We should definitely score in that situation. We score a touchdown. What do? We hand the ball off to Peyton Barber out of the shotgun. First of all, I don't understand. Our very first possession already pissed me off. We're on their 5-yard line. We hand the ball to Peyton Barber. Who the hell knows why he's in? It's not because Jacobs hurt, because Jacobs comes in the very next play. The very next play. So that shit's ridiculous, dude. I mean, I don't really know the thought process. So here's my poll. I'm gonna bring this poll up. We're gonna get intense with the poll right quick. I'll let you guys know when that press conference pops in. You guys will be the first to know. And here's the thing, man. Is Derek Carr the future? That's what we got to ask ourselves right now. Is Derek Carr the future? The way to vote, here's how you vote. What you got to do is you, in the chat, do ! Vote yes. You can see it right here. See that? You just type that in the chat to vote yes. ! Vote and a space yes. Or to vote no. ! Vote and a space no. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to vote. I want to see what you I'm going to see what you I'm scared to vote. I'm scared to vote for this one. Okay, so my girlfriend's voting no, that Derek Carr is not the future, so that's great. Gonna have a rough relationship this week. Anyways, yes, Southern Oregon rep says yes. Okay, I got 3 votes so far. Keep these votes coming. I want to see what you guys think, dude. But that's just how you'll vote, and make sure to let other people know how to vote in the chat. If you see them type it wrong, let them know. Yo. Greg, that's not how you vote. You do the ! Vote no. So Greg got it right. Greg Gillings, it looks a little wrong, but now he got it. But let some people know in the chat. We'll figure it out. And I'm going to have some more polls while we're waiting for this presser to start. In between, we're going to be hanging out, talking about different stuff. And we're going to talk about some of the play calling that happened too, because there was just I just felt like there wasn't one drive until when we did that 3-play drive where we hit Waller twice and then we hit Moreau. That was the only good drive. I will say that was the only good offensive drive. Raiders play calling. I'm gonna show you guys some tweets and stats and stuff, things we'll talk about. Presser's not on yet. We will see when that one does come up. Oh man, the future. I mean, we're at a point where it seems like we're going to have to just look at the future. What does the future hold? I mean, that's why we're talking about the future. Is Derek Carr going to be the future? We don't have a coach. Who's going to be our coach? We really need to figure that shit out, because I have no idea. I have no idea who the leader is on this team. Derek Carr looked like a leader when we beat the Broncos and the Eagles. But now you could tell he's got to be losing people, man. He's got to be losing people, because you can't play like that. Carlos, what is good, my guy? Mariota probably won't score 30 points, but what else? But Mariota probably won't fumble when he gets touched and setting up the opposing team to score.
He didn't even fumble from someone else.
I mean, and that, yeah, my girlfriend's actually telling me right now, and this is true, Derek Carr kind of fumbled on his own. That last guy only touched his ankles, and then he loses possession of the ball. You were not being hit in your upper body. How are you losing possession of the ball right there? And you know what? This isn't just this game. If you were a Raiders fan, you know that Derek Carr has always had this trouble. He's had this issue since he's been injured, where he just fumbles the ball. He does take sacks prematurely. You look at Joe Burrow. Look at Joe Burrow when he broke that tackle from Clelin Ferrell. Do you guys remember that? Then he scrambled and made the first down. By the way, Clelin Ferrell, can we wrap up? But I'm not going to talk crap on Clelin Ferrell because, the offense lost the game.
Poor performance by us. For the most part, all the way around, ended up being a third down game, right? On offense, we're 1 of 7. On defense, they're 8 of 16, 50%. Early in the game, big turnover. We don't get a chance to capitalize on that with a touchdown. We end up with a field goal out of that. And then even when we had a chance to stop them early on defense, we end up with some critical penalties that hurt us and kept extended drives alive and put them in the scoring zone as well. I don't think we had a receiver have a catch in the first half. Never looked like we were in sync majority of the game offensively. And, we had the one explosive drive in the second half to get us right down back into it. It was really a one-score game to about 6 minutes to go in the game.
Bro.
And then, we gave up a kickoff return out to the 38-yard line, put our defense back on the field because it was an explosive drive, and then put them in backfield position, and then we gave up points there at the end again. So that's where we are.
It does have Joe Biden energy.
Rich, this was an opportunity for you guys to get back on track, to stay on track in the division and in the playoffs after a 2-game losing streak. You just listed off a lot of bad things that you guys did today. Is there any explanation for that and how the offense hasn't been playing well, the third down inefficiency, the penalties? Is there an explanation for that?
Well, I just think you just asked and answered, Vin. I think, we had penalties in critical situations and extended drives for them against our defense. I thought we were playing well on defense. We gave some big push in there. We expected to get some runs out of them. They're a team that was really running the ball well and playing well in play action. And so we have to look at how the penalties actually hurt us and then, why we're so out of sync right now on offense. It's been a little bit of a ongoing theme, obviously, right now. We've been talking about it for the last 3 weeks. So we have to look at what we did poorly and see if we can fix it.
Rich, I know that you like to let your coordinators do their job, but I'm curious, with a short week, you've referenced your ineffective offense. Do you have to dig in more as a head coach, maybe, and get in more involved than you have to up at this point?
Well, yeah. I've been involved. This isn't nobody's on an island right now.
Keep on voting. Keep on voting.
A lot of the offensive meetings, and I'm involved with the run meetings with Coach Caves and us at running backs and Tim. So I just think we all have to dig in. We all have to look at ourselves a little bit. We have a game coming up right away, and so we're going to start early tomorrow. We've gotten ahead. We've worked on Fridays and nights and those kind of things to try to get us a plan for what's ahead for us on Thanksgiving. So it's no one person. We all have to dig in.
Coach, when you talk about the penalties, could you put your finger, they're all different obviously, but concentration, discipline, maybe not liking some of the calls, what was the?
Yeah, I think all of the above. We had concentration penalties. We lined up in a neutral zone and then we had the 15-yarder where we had our guys put their hands on the back of the quarterback. When we're going to get off the ball, get off the field, he's throwing the ball away. So I think it's all of the above. There was concentration penalties. There was alignment penalties, so it was just a cornucopia of penalties today. We just didn't do a very good job.
Coach, Derek had about 80-something yards through about 3 and a half quarters, and all of a sudden 75 yards on one drive and 3 play. Seemed like the sense of urgency wasn't until very late in the game. Why did it take so long to get the sense of urgency going?
Well, I felt like we had a sense of urgency the whole game. We just didn't do a very good job of connecting, especially on third down. I think they gave us some pressure a little bit, and we ended up playing in the check down game to some degree, and we got in some.
They did not have no urgency. Hell no.
We weren't able to capitalize, offensively. So I don't really think that was a big drive for us. Obviously, it was an explosive drive, and the negative of it was the kickoff return was too much, and we put our defense right back on the field. So
exclamation point vote, yes or no to vote.
I thought the urgency was there, just the execution was not.
Coach, when you look at everything that's gone on this season for this team, what's happened?
Can you start over, please?
I'm sorry. With everything that's gone on with this team so far this season, with everything that's happened, is it too late psychologically for this team to recover at this point, the rest of the season?
No, I don't think so. I think, again, we've all talked about the standings, where everybody is. I got no idea what happened around the league today. I just know this was a loss for us, and we have a game coming up, and it looks like everybody's going to be in it all the way to the end. But again, we just have to look at ourselves, what we did to ourselves to eliminate us successfully.
Why didn't Matt hire an actual head coach to replace Gruden?
As far as
good point, Ivan.
The wide receivers not quite getting as many catches as you might have expected. As far as Deshaun Jackson in particular was concerned, was there a plan more for him to get a lot more targets in this game and it just didn't work out that way, or is he just not there yet?
No, I think we had multiple packages for Deshaun. I know he got more plays today and was in position to, hopefully we thought we could get some big plays, some explosive plays out of it, but we just didn't. And again, we a little bit pressure-wise to some degree, and when we stepped up, we ended up hitting some of the checkdowns. And then formationally a little bit at halftime, we had a chance to come back and we hit Waller with a few big plays. It's tough getting him open right now the way people are trying.
Should have hit Waller. Yeah, this coach does have no fire, Tedford.
when we got in the 2-minute mode towards the end, he wasn't in there. It's just not what we have for him right now with all the formation.
Tedford Bisaccia sounds like
Rich,
Joe
on those,
Biden.
the third downs, any thought to maybe Marcus Mariota coming in? I know you guys had a package for him, and he's been on the field a couple of times this year. But is that something that you guys could tap into?
Yeah, we've actually, again, we've talked about he's been on the field. We had the 4th and 1 last week where he was on the field, and we get the penalty. So I guess we thought we had a good play call that one we all believed in. They just did a good job stopping it. So, but Marcus has been in the plan for short yardage and certainly goal line.
It needs to be our Taysom Hill,
Hey,
Bro.
Rich, do you think the defense got tired late in the game in the fourth quarter?
Well, again, I think
Hell yeah,
when you
they
look
got
at it,
tired.
They're out there playing a lot of plays. It's again, it's a broken record from a week ago. Kind of did the same thing offensively in the first half, right? Could never get in sync. We didn't.
I'll get to your question, Ivan,
move
once
the
he's
ball
done
and get
talking.
Down, so we end up punting the football, and now the defense goes out there. They stop them on 3rd and short. They got them in 3rd and manageable, and we get a penalty. So the drive continues. I think on that one big drive, there was 3 penalties, if I'm not mistaken, in that drive. And I think last week when we had the big drive on defense, there was 3 penalties in that drive as well. So.
Rich,
All right,
the
come on, wrap it
defense
up,
played
bro.
Pretty well when you look at like yards per play on an efficiency standpoint, but they couldn't get off the field on 3rd down. Was there something consistent that was an issue, just kept popping up in terms of getting?
Well, again, they give them some credit on 3rd down. I think they're 50% on 3rd down, and then we have to look at where we did a poor job with the penalties. Defense did a great job early with the turnover. Dallin gets the ball down to the 9 for us, and we come out of there with a field goal. You really like to come out of there with a touchdown. You don't want to get the ball on a turnover at the 9-yard line and come out of there with a field goal. So again, that goes on us.
We know Bisaccia ain't the future for sure.
A 3rd and 6 play in the second quarter where there was you guys ran the ball on 3rd and 6. Was that a play that Derek checked into, or also what do you think about Derek's play the last few weeks? Any concerns there?
Well, certainly. Again, I don't. If Derek would think he's been in sync, obviously the way we've been playing on 3rd down, and there's been some reasons for it. Certainly, we've got a little bit of push in his face, a little bit, that we have to look at that. And I think we lost John Simpson early in the second half over there at the left.
Do a criticism, bro.
I don't think any of us have been in sync. So, again, if you want to blame one person, it's a side street to us coming up with a solution. So I think we all have to do better.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Hano, good to see you.
All right. So first off, Ivan, why didn't Mayock hire actual head coach to replace Gruden? Look, we were talking to Raid to Tape about this on 420 Football Talk. I think a lot of people didn't want the job because think about it. Marinelli could have been the guy. He's had defensive coordinator experience. Olsen's been an offensive coordinator for a while. He could have been the guy. And then you think about Gus Bradley. He has head coaching experience. So I was wondering, why wasn't Bradley the head coach? Why was it Bisaccia, who had no experience besides special teams? And I do think it's because people didn't want the job. They're like, I could see this as a sinking ship with the Gruden shit. And they're like, you know what? You take this one, Maybe it was offered to Bradley and he rejected it. Who knows? We don't know for sure, but we do know for sure there were people who have way more experience than Bisaccia, who could have taken over. So I don't know. I think obviously we're going to move on from Bisaccia when it comes to the offseason. There's just no fire. And then we talk about this, and I wanted to show you guys this play. And this is huge for me because there was a situation where it looked like we got the first down. It really did. And then you had
Keep pace in your division.
Here we go.
In the conference, there's a lot that was
press conference coming up.
at stake in this game. But any explanation for how you guys came out and it seemed a little bit listless.
Derek.
And it took you guys a while to get going offensively. Any particular reason for any of that?
Well, we came out flat. It was terrible. There's no beating around it. I mean, it's just, the last couple of weeks we just take turns, and just really out of sync right now, and it's not. No one's coming to save us, so we better figure it out.
Derek, I'm in no way implying this is all on you. You guys play a team sport, but Ole's not coming out today, and the offense was discombobulated. What do you think the reason is?
Oh, you put it all on me. It starts with me, and starts with me, ends with me. It'll be my fault until I'm not here, and that's how I operate. I always look at what I can do. So we're out of sync. We're not doing good enough on 3rd down. We're not doing good enough in the red zone, and it's my fault.
You said the last 2 weeks you thought this was different, that you were better in terms of a team, more talent, that it would not go this way. I feel that way.
That's why it's a little frustrating.
Derek, it seemed like there was no aggressiveness to get down the field until late in the game. Was that play calling? Was that just it wasn't there? What took so long to get it going down the field?
Yeah, I'll let you guys talk about that stuff. You can watch it and all that kind of stuff respectfully. Like, you can watch it and, you know, come up with your own things and all that kind of stuff. I'm just going to try my best to execute the game plan like I always do, you know, but you know, being a Raider fan for a long time, you know, 20 years of this crap is enough. You know, Oof. I'm fed up. I just want to be a part of the moment it changes. You know, I want that so bad, and that's what keeps driving me. You know, I get pissed off and I get upset, and I stand up here, and I've done this way too many times than I'd like to do it. You know, because in my heart, the men in our room, the way we work, the way we go after things, it shouldn't always end like this crap. And so we have another one in just a few days against a really good football team. So if we don't want to stand up here and have to do this again, we better get it right.
Derek, good seeing you, man. I know that you
intense
want to do
response.
so well for the team. You guys got off to that 3-0 start this year, and I know things have really been tough. But do you feel that you guys can still kind of salvage what you have left, especially as you mentioned, the game coming up on Thanksgiving, that's a nationally televised game. I mean, how much would it help you guys to, like, get your confidence back to do well in a game like that?
It would be great. We need to win. You know, no one cares about anything else. We need to win. And
no shit, Derek.
You know, what a great opportunity that you've got a short week. We don't even get time to breathe. You know, we don't even get time to decompress after that one. Like, I'll go home and I'll just start working on the Cowboys. And you know, it's just part of the job, and that's what you do. But in a way, hopefully it'll be good for our guys, because either we go home,
so,
we go to work,
Carlos.
we be out on the strip, or we do those things, and we go eat to late dinners and these kind of things, or we can get back to work and try and get a win.
Derek,
I think so, Donnie.
The
I
wide
think he's pissed at the
receivers
team.
didn't get a lot of targets and catches today. Obviously, is this? Would
Darren
you say?
did, though.
What's that?
Darren did, though.
Oh yeah, yes he did.
Okay, we checked that box this week.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I guess the question is it something you
Here's
think
the
that the
criticism.
Bengals were doing to take it out of the game plan, or was it just something you guys were not able to do on your own?
It's just me, you know, who I'm throwing the ball to. Again, you put it all on me, just like I stand up here and do every time, and I mean it. We'll figure out the rest, but I can shoulder all that stuff. You know, I threw the ball to Darren more than I threw it to the other guys. You know, that's how we did it today.
Let's go Adam and then Vic. Derek, I know you probably don't want to talk about this, but you did reach a milestone today. Only 4 other quarterbacks have gone to 3,000 yards their first 8 seasons. I mean, it's not the situation you want, I'm sure, but
Yep.
I mean, were you aware of that, and what does that mean to you?
I'm only aware of it just because of how the world is today. Honestly, I didn't know until people tweet it. You know, like, you don't know those things, and it's all.
I think he's on the.
I'll always
I think
be
he doesn't
someone
like the
that is
coaching and the
honored
play
with all those
calling
things. I
and
always
his
have been.
receivers.
Thankful, but I also have a lot of losses, and I'd much rather trade being one of the only 4 for some of those wins in a Super Bowl ring. That's for sure.
Let's do 2 more, Vic and then Vinny.
Yeah, Derek, goes to the play. I think second quarter, 3rd and 6, you guys ran the ball. I was wondering if that play you checked into is something you saw, and is that a high percentage the run right there?
So we've used it in the past, and it's worked, honestly, against certain looks. And I'm just trying to execute at the best of my abilities with the tools that we've talked about throughout the week. And we're very close on that play, honestly, from a big play. But when it gets stopped, it's like, oh my gosh, you know, one of those moments. So it's something, like I said, it's something we've used in the past. But when it doesn't go good, it's always, you know, it was one of those things Gruden said, don't worry, they'll boo me and not you. You know, it's one of those things.
Derek, as one of the leaders on this team, 2 weeks in a row, there's been some penalties and untimely kind of penalties, today included.
Yep.
Is that a conversation that you guys can have amongst yourselves about the discipline and the poise that sometimes you need in these type of games?
Yeah, it's perfect. You said discipline, and it starts with everything you do in your life. If you don't have any discipline, you're not going to have any when we go out there in the biggest moments of your life, you know. And it's something Coach Bisaccia stresses probably more than any coach I've ever been around, if I'm honest. And so I'm sure we're going to hear about it, and as we should. So it's something that we need to fix. But again, all I want to do is win a game. So we got one coming up. Hopefully it's a different feeling.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Wow. Yeah. Big question, which was like, Carr seemed very irritated by the question on like, what happened to the offense today. He said, "Oh, I'll let you guys write about it. You guys figure it out." And he did the whole thing where he says he takes full responsibility, but he's kind of doing it almost sarcastically at this point. I feel like he's sort of saying, "Hey, I always take full responsibility just so we move on from this." But then he made that one key comment, remember, where he said he's tired. He wants to be a part of when the Raiders turn this thing around, and it seems like year after year it's always like this. Moreau's talking.
Today was a big game in the whole scheme of things, getting back on track, short week, trying to set it up for a good week, staying on pace with everybody in your division and conference, yet you play a game like that. Is there any explanation for how you guys started this game and just weren't able to get it done?
Yeah, we got to get on rhythm. We got to get in rhythm with each other and get in sync. It's tough, Losses like this really hurt, especially for the last couple of weeks. I think we've showed up to the stadium prepared and ready to go. So anytime you could go out there and give everything you got and just that be the result, it hurts. Obviously it hurts. And not all the balls bounce your way every day, but we got to grow and we got to learn, and we don't really have time to sit and mope and complain. We got a good Dallas team that we have to go on a short week to go play some good ball,
Foster, you had that one drive, you had the two big plays to Darren and the touchdown to you. Is it too easy to ask why you couldn't do that earlier? Why it took so long to get those plays going in the game?
There's not really a good answer to that. The plays just kind of were there when they were there, and we called the right plays against the wrong coverage, and 3 plays and we got down the field. There's no real good answer for that.
Foster, the last 3 weeks, everyone's been asked on your team, is this different this year? Derek has said he thinks it's different. You have better players in these terms of these midseason slides. 1, do you think it's different? And 2, why, after the last 3 weeks?
I absolutely still think it's different. And this is going to sound a little funky, but a lot of you guys kind of see what we do during the week, but most people only see what we get to do on Sundays, right? I think it's different because guys show up on Monday, win or lose, and they're in the weight room, they're in the training room, they're in the tubs, they're in the steam room, and they're getting after it. Win, lose, draw. It doesn't really matter to these guys because they love ball and we love each other and we play for each other. And a lot of the times, wins and losses are hard to control.
I have 21 votes so far.
And showing up.
Exclamation point, vote yes to vote yes.
Showing
Exclamation
up the way
point,
that we
vote
do
no to
every
vote
week
no.
and playing as hard as we do every day. It's about all we can control.
Foster, can you guys, you mentioned attitude, but still, the best deodorant, I think John Madden always said, is winning. How can you guys kind of get back to the mojo you guys had early in the year? You guys started out 3-0. You guys' confidence was really high. Is there something you guys can do, you think, to get back to that?
We started 3-0, but at the same time, we put a lot of bad ball on tape. Would you not agree? We didn't start fast in those games, and we wound up coming back and making plays, and we were able to win those games because we just kept fighting till the end, right? So it's about sticking to the plan, truthfully, and controlling what you can control. Really, that's all you could do. Because if you try to go outside of the realm of your reach, you're going to spread yourself too thin, and that's about all I could say about that.
Anything more, guys? We good?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, Moreau is out of there. Doesn't want to deal with this shit today. And I wouldn't either. This is a tough loss, tough game. So here, check me out. You could vote up here in this poll. We got 26 votes. Is Derek Carr the future? And how you vote is just how Bada Bay Area said. Exclamation point vote space yes. Type that exactly to vote yes if you believe he's the future. And then exclamation point vote no if you believe he's not the future. So we're going to have other polls like this. And so it's good to just help you guys understand the format. That way, we can do this cleaner with other polls because some people are still voting incorrectly, but it's fun. We'll get it figured out eventually. But Bada Bay Area, a really good way to show how to do it. But man, some of these comments that Carr was saying, back to what I was saying earlier, when he said he's tired of being a part of the losing Raiders and he wants to be a part of when this organization changes.
This is a critical time of the year.
Perryman.
Is there a sense of
Great
anger in that room, frustration? What would you say the emotion is?
I don't think nobody happy in that locker room right now. As you can see on my face, I'm not too happy. I'm trying not to use profanity, but man, we got to put it together, man. Like you said, no, that's 3 weeks in a row. I mean, nobody likes losing, and I feel like those 3 losses were like critical, especially with us. I really don't pay attention to the playoffs and all that stuff like that. But if I'm not mistaken, the last time I looked at a TV and it had us on there, we were in the hunt. So I'm pretty sure like that didn't help out the case. But main thing, man, we need to put it together. Like we shot ourselves in the foot a lot today.
Yo, Perryman's dope, bro. He's dope.
Even with everything that happened in the fourth quarter, you go into the fourth quarter, first 3 quarters, the defense plays well. Do you think that you guys played well enough through those first 3 quarters to be able to win that football game as a defense?
We ain't played well enough, man. You got to finish. You got to play through 4 quarters, not 3. So, like I said, man, we just shot ourselves in the foot. It's the best way I can explain it. What happened? They're still a good football team. Let me not take away from Cincinnati. Like, they get paid to make plays and do everything, too. But we shot ourselves in the foot.
You've used that expression a couple times, shot yourselves in the foot. Obviously, there were some penalties that you would have stopped drives. They called penalties. You guys had to stay on the field. Was that discipline? Did you not like the calls? I mean, what did you see on some of those plays?
Penalties are penalties. Whether you like it or not, whether it was a good call or not, there was still laundry on the field. So, I'm going to keep using that term. We shot ourselves in the foot. Just mistakes.
What has to happen for you guys not to shoot yourselves in the foot, for that to get past that?
Just discipline, doing your job. I wouldn't say mistakes come from doing too much, but sometimes you just get out of the way. Probably the situation in the game. Probably just frustrated about something. I can't tell you.
What?
Get a towel or something. I'm sweating. Sorry.
All right, Denzel. It seems like the fourth quarter, you guys just aren't able to make that final stop to, stop their team from scoring to either win the game yourself or give your offense another chance to win the game for them.
Yeah.
What do you think is missing coming into that fourth quarter for you guys that you guys aren't able to make those stops?
I say, man, just finishing. Just finishing. I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of guys are frustrated. With how the game was going. Sometimes things don't work out our way, and I feel like sometimes guys maybe just get frustrated and kind of like I said, just shy away from technique. Like I feel like like I said, they're still a good football team. Like they got players that get paid, but it just comes down to technique and no finishing, which we didn't do.
I know it's hard to predict this at this moment, but do you think it might be a good thing that there's a quick turnaround to another game and that you guys don't even have time to dwell on this?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm already done with Cincinnati. Like I said, I got dinner reservations. I'm worried about eating right now. But on a serious note, yeah, I mean, it does make it better. It's a real quick turnaround. We got to get ready for Dallas on Thursday. So, yeah.
A couple more. Anybody got one?
Even then, defeat, the losses suck, but you're having a career season, still leading the league in tackles through the majority or all of the season.
I ain't worried about that, to be honest with you. I'm worried about winning.
Last one. Get you out with this. So you got good dinner reservations coming up. How important will it be, though, to you guys to get a win on national TV? I mean, it's a big game against the Cowboys. I mean, is that going to be at least the silver lining, knowing that you guys can turn it all around in this?
I mean, whether it's national TV, locally, it don't matter. We need to win in general. So whether it's the Cowboys, Broncos, Chargers, it don't matter who we play. We need to find a way to win.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Wow. Perryman admitting that he is frustrated. He even said he's trying to not cuss. Like he was straight up thinking about cussing. And here's the thing, man, this dude balled out and they were talking about his diet during the game. And that's the thing. Perryman, people were saying he's like a linebacker of the past. These days you want the freaking, the Bushes, the Devin Smiths and stuff like that. Perryman lost some weight, changed his diet, and now he was playing like an MVP style linebacker. He was straight hitting people, even though he was screwed over with the fine shit. We talked about the fine, how he was screwed over, penalized more than any player since 2019. That's one of my videos on my channel. Check that out. Perryman getting ripped off. 32 votes. I'm going to close this poll soon. So we got more press conference stuff coming in. I'm going to close this poll soon. I'm going to close it in about 1 more minute. So at 29, 32 votes, how you vote. ! Vote yes or no. By the way, shout out to my guy Ty Levitt in the building. I thought he was related to Dan Levitt. Dan Levitt was killing it today. But Ty Levitt, man, he's been freaking shouting out WiFiWillie in Wyoming, telling hella people about the channel, and I love that, dude. Outside of California, you know, outside of Nevada, spreading the word. So shout out to him, dude, spreading the word here and showing some love and voting. Good to see him here. Jesse Rojas, shout out to you. Rodas, voting no, saying Carr is not the future. Shit, man. So, hey, I got 32 votes. No one else voted. 15 seconds. I'll wrap this up. By the way you vote, Gunner did it the correct way. That's the way you're supposed to vote, like that. We'll get more press conference stuff coming in soon and see what's up. Man, very frustrating game. We'll be talking about this and doing other polls, too. So, 35 votes. Let's close this poll. Let's look at the results of the poll. I'll pull that up in a second. Shout out to freaking everybody in the chat. By the way, man, think about becoming a member. You get perks here. I have archives to lives that I've done where I kind of went off way too much and I freaking taken it down. But for members, you know, we have that for everybody. We have that for everybody. All right, so I'm closing this poll. We'll see what happens. People are saying that Derek Carr's not a leader, and you know what? The majority of people looking at this poll now, the majority of the people said Derek Carr is not the future. I'm closing the poll. 38 votes. Done. And wow. I'm a little surprised to see this, but not. Usually when it's a rough game, you can expect this to happen. Let's put Willie right here. And so here we go. We have 38 votes total. And this is already closed. We'll be doing another poll in a second. And Tedford, I love this comment about Incognito being the new head coach. You guys know I love shit like that. So shout out to him. Okay. All right. So 38 people voted. 11 people said yes, Derek Carr is still the future. And wow, 27 people said no, Derek Carr is not the future. This is huge in my opinion. This is huge. You got to win over the fan base. That's really important. I mean, I do believe he's had rough games, but I also do believe that he doesn't have his crew. He doesn't have a good squad, and he's the one who threw down against the freaking coaching staff. You heard him make these comments. I'm tired of this culture. I'm tired of losing. I want to be part of the solution. He's exhausted. And here's the thing. People have said before, oh, Derek Carr, you know, he said he's going to be a Raider for life. I don't know if he's going to be a Raider for life at this point. When he said he's down to be a Raider for life and he'll retire if he goes anywhere else, that was when he was under the assumption that John Gruden had a 10-year contract and he thought it was going to be Gruden with the Raiders for life. So that's why he made that comment. Now that that's not the case, you know he's not going to be his down. He's straight up not going to be his down. So who knows if he's going to be part of the future. We're completing this poll. Vast majority of people said Derek Carr is not, but we do have another poll that we're going to have coming up. But I want to see what you guys are saying in the chat. Talk to you guys for a little bit. Rogue Code lost the fans today. Young Cheese, Derek Carr is done. The fumbles really pissed me off. I'm not going to lie. Aaron Rodgers doesn't have a good squad, but he still gets the job done. I don't know. Derek Carr has nothing like Devontae. And here's the thing. Raid the Tape was talking about Travis Kelce being better than Darren Waller. Maybe, but look, Darren Waller was covered by Uwuzie today. Travis Kelce, I feel like, doesn't go against the number one corner of a team like Waller does. It's because we have no receiver threat. Like Kelce wouldn't go against Uwuzie, you know, because that person's going to be covering Tyreek Hill. We just need a wide receiver. I mean, I think everybody would agree we need a wide receiver to diagnose this problem. But we also have to agree that the play calling was shitty, bro. It was shitty. Yeah, and Derek Carr did mention this in the press conference. He did audible to the run on 3rd and 6. I'm not going to lie. I was very pissed off at that play call because why are you running it on 3rd and 6? That's just never going to work. Passing gives you an opportunity to get a penalty. It gives you an opportunity to get a PI. Roughing the passer. It gives you an opportunity to scramble. I mean, passing should give you an advantage every single time, but we're checking to run the ball on 3rd and 6. And I'm out here rooting for my guy, but he makes it hard. He makes it hard. But I feel for him. He lost his head coach. He lost his star wide receiver. It's not going to be easy. Ty Levitt, I'm going to go back to this comment, though. I like DC, but, man, it's hard to defend him. He really ain't got no help, though, from the O-line to receivers to a fully consistent defense. Now, okay, I agree with this comment, like 90% of it. I want to defend DC because I've seen how great DC can be. You know, I've seen how elite he can be, and we all saw that in the beginning of the year when he had his coach, right? When he had his weapon, his number one receiver. And we saw him be aggressive. We saw him make plays, you know, extend plays with his feet and everything. And you know what? He didn't fumble that much. He did a few turnovers, you know, the pick six against Miami. But man, it's hard this time. The defense did well. The defense held him to what? 10 points in the first half? Defense held him to 10 points in the first half and then only gave up a field goal in the third quarter. So I'm not going to blame the defense at all. The defense was fantastic. Faison had a great game. Despite the fact that he had the helmet-to-helmet, I thought he had an amazing game. I thought he had a great game. Casey Hayward, dope. Perryman, Pro Bowl linebacker at this point. Like, watch out for Perryman getting in the Pro Bowl. I mean, I don't know any linebacker in the AFC who's playing better than Denzel Perryman right now. Like, there's a lot to look forward to on this defense. Straight up. But offensively, man, like, here's the thing. It's 129 yards passing for the Bengals. Defense, you know, shut them down. We shut them down in the pass game defensively. But we're 1 for 7 on third down. And time of possession, like I said earlier, we had 22 minutes. They had 37. Old Man Raider Nation, what is up, my guy? Coming in, showing some love. I want to see what this guy has to say. Willie, besides play calls, the refs were against us. No penalties against the Bengals. Not going to lie. I was thinking of that shit right away when it was going down. I was like, isn't this convenient that we don't have one penalty? And it was like a BS encroachment penalty that we got towards the end against the Bengals. And the reason why I kind of agree with Old Man Raider Nation here is because, we know penalties happen all the time, you know? So why is it not happening this time? That's what I want to know. I want to pull up this thing that I saw was sketchy because if we're going to talk about refs and stuff like that, the roughing the passer play that was against Crosby and Ngakoue in the beginning of the game, dude, that was complete BS. I mean, I know that the offense played bad, and we probably still would have lost anyways. But that, I mean, it's hard to support that. That just did not look good at all on any level. So I'm finding the Jacobs first down. There's some other play I'm missing. But look, check this out. Like, this was on second down. Jacobs runs it. It's like, I don't know, 2nd and 6, something like that. This is in the third quarter, our first drive, when we had to punt the ball. We went 3 and out, basically. Or I think we got one first down, then went 3 and out. And look at this. This is a first down. And then we line up. The broadcast actually has us having a first down. And then they adjust to what's happening on the field where they say it's 3rd and 1. So after this play, they called it 3rd and 1. And then, of course, we do a jet sweep to Bryan Edwards and don't get it, obviously. And there you have it. But I was kind of like, whoa, what's going on here? And another thing I was thinking is, why isn't Bisaccia throwing a fit saying, hey, what the hell is going on? Like, we got this. We got the conversion, right? And why isn't he challenging it? Why isn't he challenging it too? So that made me really frustrated. I was like, does Bisaccia want to lose? I mean, we need somebody to have some energy to say, what? We got the first down. We need somebody to come out here and defend our guys. Our guys can't criticize the referees without getting a flag. Our coaches can get away with it, you know? Our coaches have a shot. And then you have the roughing the passer call, which only gave the Bengals a field goal. But, I mean, I thought that was kind of BS too. And I'll show you little photos of that. I mean, I can't show you footage or else I'll freaking, get copyright infringement and shit like that. But, here we go. So here's another thing that we're talking about. And Carr was talking about this too earlier. By the way, thank you, Old Man Raider Nation, for the super chat, supporting us here. It really goes a long way because, YouTube and Google ain't supporting us. So we need you guys. But appreciate you. Yeah. Besides the play calls, definitely refs weren't giving us any favors. On a short week, let Mariota start. He gives the offense the read option. And running backs are not getting it done with the new O-line. Can take a tap on the shoulder without fumbling. Hard to disagree that I mean, obviously, we're not throwing the ball down the field anyway. I mean, it took so long for us to even attempt. And here's the thing. Prior to the past 3 games, Derek Carr was leading the NFL in deep ball
I
attempts.
think this is a time of year where teams kind of want to be pushing in the right direction and making their move. And it just seems these last few weeks, you guys are moving in the wrong direction. Is there anything that you could put your finger on why this is happening right now?
I mean, in football, it's going to be ups and downs. Unfortunately, these past few weeks, we haven't got it done as a group, as a team. But, at the end of the day, you just got to keep working. It's part of the game. Adversity is going to come, and it's just all about how you respond. And we have a quick turnaround on Thursday, so we just got to kind of watch the tape tomorrow, critique ourselves really well, flush it, get to next week.
You guys did make some stops, particularly early in the game, and they were wiped out by penalties. One was on you. What did you think of that play? Did you not like the call, or what happened there?
I mean, at the end of the day, penalties don't help you win games at all. I could do a better job pulling up on the quarterback, but I was just trying to give 100% effort in that play. I wish I can get that back, but at the end of the day, it's a team sport. You know what I mean? And we got to come together as a team and bring our best.
Hi, Yannick. Obviously, the time of possession was a little lopsided in this one. Did it feel like late in the game that maybe the energy and the technique perhaps was slipping a little bit?
No, I feel like this was one of our better games as a group, as a defense going out there. Guys were, picking each other up. I love the way that we were flying to the ball. Certain misfits that happened.
New poll: should the Raiders keep Bisaccia in the offseason? What do you guys think?
I feel like Coach Gus always puts us in a great position.
Vote yes or no.
We just got to go out there and execute.
You guys had so many chances, though. I mean, you guys are struggling, and yet you're still in the game in the fourth quarter. What frustrates you most about how you guys lost this game?
I mean, every time you lose a game, it's frustrating, regardless of how you lose it. It doesn't matter if it's close. There's no more victories in this business. And, man, we got to start stacking. It feels shitty to lose, back to back like that. But
he just cussed and said shitty.
Just got to come together, man.
Anything else? You guys good? All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Where's the audio? Oh, he just went off. Damn, he was barely even on there. Well, anyways, we got this poll. Should the Raiders keep Bisaccia? Here's how to vote. Exclamation point, vote, and then space, and then whatever your vote is. I got 5 votes so far. Nice guys do not make good head coaches, period. Old Man Raider Nation. Yes, because like I was saying earlier, that play where we had a shot, and it was just like, why is nobody protesting the fact that we got the first down here? We need a coach who cusses. We need a coach who gets on Carr. We need a coach who tells Carr what he's doing, and Carr actually respects him and listens to him, making adjustments. Carr had no adjustments in the second half to just try to score more. Yes, we clicked a little bit on that one drive, but then it fell flat. And like Foster Moreau said, even in this game, he was like, in the press conference today, Foster Moreau was saying, look, we didn't start out hot in the first half for any of these games, right? And, so maybe, you can't expect that to happen in these games, right? But at least we came back in the second half, and I think that's because of Gruden's adjustments. Gruden putting fire on the referees. And this guy, Bisaccia, just too slow, no energy. And I think he likes punting too much. Sometimes there are situations, not this week so much as last week, but last week there were situations where I was like, bro, it's 4th and 3 and you're at the 50, you're losing by 2 scores. Can you please go for it on 4th down? Can you please go for it on 4th down? That's why that 3rd and 6 play where Carr audible for them to run the ball, I thought, okay, we're setting up to go for it on 4th down. 4th and 3, we don't even attempt it. That's pretty bad. So where to vote, Arlen Howland? Here's how to vote. You just do it in the chat. So type in the chat, exclamation vote yes or no. And this is how WiFiWillie is going to do all his polls. I'm going to do it in the chat because when we do it in the chat, it updates on screen and it looks really cool. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And let me see if I could actually... Frustrated.
Off kilter, out of rhythm, out of sync. Sometimes in these situations,
Waller.
solutions can be miles away or pretty close. Do you have any sense of where those solutions might lie for you guys?
The big part for me is like third downs. I feel like the solution just lies in execution. Some people execute, some people don't. It separates the good teams from the great teams, from the teams that, just have aspirations. So I feel like the execution is the biggest part.
Is there anything that you could put your finger on why the execution hasn't been there, specifically on third downs, which has been a pretty big trouble spot for you guys these last 2 weeks?
I don't really have all the answers, but at the end of the day, it comes down to, are you moving the chains or not? And we just haven't been doing
He's
that.
speaking too quietly. I'll try to turn it up, though.
When you look at the way you guys aren't able to run the ball consistently this last few weeks, is this making your offense too one-dimensional for you guys, so too predictable in a way?
I see where the trouble in that lies because, when we run the ball well, that just makes us a really good team. Like over the last couple of years, when we really can pound the rock, that really is when we're at our best offensively. And we're a team that wants to run the ball, so when it doesn't go our way like that, it does make it tougher for us. So we got to find a way to be more balanced.
Darren, obviously you guys had the touchdown drive where they had the two big completions to you, but there were, I think, 3 drives previous to that where they had a nice completion to you just early in the drive, and then after that, the drive seemed to stall out. Can you point to any reason why that the targets to you on drives, or the other receivers for that matter, didn't continue?
As far as the targets for me, all I can control is, when it comes to me, what do I do with that target? What do I do with that opportunity? That's how I approach it and just take it one play at a time. But we have to be balanced as a unit. Everybody has to make plays, and we've shown that over the season that running backs can make plays in the pass game, receivers, tight ends, anybody. So we got to be able to just bring that on a consistent basis week to week. But today we didn't do that, and we left the defense on the field way too long.
With everything that's at stake, you guys had an opportunity to, keep pace in your division, in the conference. It's a time where teams want to be moving in the right direction. It doesn't seem to be happening right now. But is there any anger, frustration? What would you say the mood is, while you guys are dealing with this?
I'm sure there's a mixture of those because, just as people, you look at the hours that we put in on a day-to-day basis, and if the results don't go your way, of course there's going to be some. Gratitude, that positivity. So, but yeah, those emotions are there. Those emotions are there for me because we put so much time into this. We sacrifice a lot, and it hasn't been going our way. So we got to turn this thing around.
Darren, are the problems that the team has had the last 3 weeks, are those correctable, in your opinion?
I believe so. I believe we have a very talented team in all phases of the game. I feel like I've seen what our best football looks like, our better football, and when we can put it together and be consistent with it in that ability, that's when I know things are able to turn around with the talent that we have here. But, we got to make it happen. It's not just going to fall in our lap.
On that one drive, you guys had the big plays to you and then the one to Foster and touch in the end zone. What did you guys see on that possession that were able to get those plays going, and why wasn't it there before, you think?
I think Ole came out that drive and wanted to take a shot, and that was a shot play that we had. And I was able to just find a zone right there. And then the next play was a play that we run a lot. But I was able to notice just from study that it was going to rotate to like an invert cover 2. And I was able to just keep it up the middle. And they've left that middle of the field open a lot on film. So that was just a play where we took advantage of that. And then we got into man-to-man. And, I don't think there's a linebacker in this league that can go cover Foster Moreau. So we just exploited what they gave us.
Is part of you wondering why not do that earlier in the game? Why wait till that point to do it?
Not really. I feel like I just try to stay focused on just, taking advantage of the play that's right there. And as far as everything else, you just let that happen how it does.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Tonight.
All right, that is Waller exiting the scene, speaking very quietly, so I know it's tough to hear him for a lot of you guys. By the way, we still have our poll going on where you could vote in the chat, and we're going to be doing more polls throughout the hour. So go ahead.
Discover.
Oh, sorry.
Exceptionally
Okay.
common sense.
How
Learn more
long
at
was I
discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
All right. Wow, that was bad. Sorry about that. Check out this poll.
I can go to war with a better group of men.
So the Bengals are hot. We're screwing up. By the way, we got this poll down. That's what I was trying to tell you guys about. I was muted. Let me know in the chat when I'm muted, bro. Okay, you guys are coming through for me now. Go ahead and get a vote down in there, man. I figured out the audio. I figured out the audio issue, so don't worry about that. You know, it takes pain and risk for good quality. So I try to have good quality. It takes a huge risk, though, but we got it taken care of. So I believe the press conference is over. It seems like, yeah, Waller had the last word. And so we have this poll right now, and I want you guys to vote on this poll, and we'll wrap this poll up in 1 more minute. So it's at 9:59 right there at the top. You can see. We'll wrap it up in 1 minute. Exclamation point vote yes or no, and that's how you do it there in the chat. That way it appears on screen, has this cool little interactive thing. The Bengals are penalized one time for 5 yards. You cannot tell me the NFL didn't have fingers all over this game. You know what? I agree, because the NFL has the Bengals have a bad offensive line, and we were crushing Joe Burrow in the first half. And I don't think we got that much more tired in the second half. And then we got no pressure, man. We couldn't get any pressure on this guy in the second half. So I definitely think the refs made some adjustments there. And that roughing the passer penalty, we already know was BS. We were just talking about that a little earlier, and how, you know, we don't think that was fair at all. Yes, this is the one thing where they didn't give us a first down. I thought we clearly had a first down in this situation. I thought that was kind of a lot of BS. Here's Paul Gutierrez talking about that call where there's massive boos happening, boos raining down in the in the stadium as the Raiders offense run a strange run play, 3rd and 6 in the box. It made no sense. Not a good call, according to Lincoln Kennedy. And that was Derek Carr. He's the one who audibled to that play. So I love Derek Carr. I'm kind of a homer for him in a little ways, but you know, I'm kind of changing my tune because, kind of like a lot of you, I'm kind of upset. JT Douglas, my guy. Yeah, I like this. So $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Not surprised by this at all. It's what the Raiders do. This is just classic Derek Carr implosion. Time to try the most talented backup QB in the league. And what I will say about this comment is, you know, it hurts me. It hurts me to talk about this comment because, you know, I was high on Derek Carr in the beginning of this year, and you guys were too. You guys were high on him. But it is true. We do have the best backup QB in the league. And it's hard to I think it's hard to argue to still start Mariota at this point because we still have a shot at the wild card. But if we don't have a shot and we want to do Willie, I'd be a Fresno Bulldog booster. I mean, if you guys know and have any connects, hit me up. I think we got to wait a little while. Now, if we really do think, and if the staff really does think Mariota gives us a better shot than Carr, go for it. By the way, I'm closing this poll and we're starting a new poll. Look, okay, I could see that to some extent, but Derek Carr is kind of talking negatively about the staff. I think he implied that he wants to be part of a different organization that isn't always in this much turmoil. So we'll see if the staff is kind of like, okay, well, why are we going to give this guy reps? If this guy's not the future, why are we going to give him reps? Mariota, even if you did start the guy, he's not healthy, and I don't see Mariota in the future being able to handle a 17-game season. I do see Derek Carr being able to handle a 17-game season health-wise, but not Mariota. Think about it. Mariota went in one play for a read option the first game of the year and was instantly injured. He was instantly injured and out several weeks. So do you really want that guy trying and doing this again? You know, you're trying to be a starting QB. But, you know, people are going to demand change. And just like Derek Carr noted, it starts with him no matter what. People are going to be like, you know what? It's on the QB. But I think the play calling was atrocious. However, now we know Derek Carr was a part of that play calling, which is bad in itself. Now, I do want to show this thing, which is that roughing the passer call. Now, I don't think this was the deciding factor of the game, but this was a BS call. This was a BS call, no doubt. JT Douglas, by the way, thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the love, guys. It really helps this channel going because sometimes you look in the mirror and you're like, damn, should I really just do this YouTube shit? Should I really do this shit? Should I really put the time into this? And then you're like, you know what? People like JT, you make me keep going. So thank you, bro. All right, roughing the passer call. Ngakoue there. Burrow. Look, I know he threw the ball away already, but the dude barely taps him. He barely taps him. And you can even see, you know, Yannick doesn't even fall on him. He's the one who gets the flag. He taps him. Then Crosby kind of falls on him. But, dude, it was, like, way too close. For me, it was like, come on. You're going to call that roughing the passer. And then on top of that, the Bengals don't have any flags. They don't have any flags, and this is not a first down. This is not a first down. So I still think we would have lost despite these plays, despite the penalties. I still think we would have lost this game. And here, people are talking about the offensive line. Bro, I don't think this game is all on the offensive line. That's one thing. I mean, you know what it is? The play callers seem so scared to even let the offense attempt, to even let them just attempt to hold on to the ball a little longer, to do a deep pass. We were so scared of doing that the first half of the game that we were just throwing it short screen, way too much. The first drive, when we got the fumble, like I said, really pissed me off. Ed Hage roughing the passer, call was BS, calls like that changed momentum. Luckily, it only resulted in a field goal. But to me, that just shows you how good our defense is. Tedford is rich in debt for gambling. Based on some of his play calls, maybe. And the fact that we don't go for it on fourth down for some reason, I don't know. It does kind of sketch me out. I'm not going to lie. It sketches me out. Who knows? Humdinger, Carr is done. I don't know about that, dude. No one with the shaky O-line, no QB under center will make it a full season. Yeah, but okay, here's the argument for Mariota. And that's why I'm just going to start this poll right now. The argument for him is, okay, we have a bad O-line. We need someone who could extend plays, and we need a threat for our read option. I don't like whenever we do the read option because Carr never, ever keeps it. So why would you run that play? But let's go ahead and run the poll. Start Mariota, yes or no? What do you guys think? I mean, I personally say we still need to wait. If we lose hard, against the Cowboys, if we lose hard against the Cowboys in the game after that, then I say yes. But at this point, I'm going to say no. I'm going to say keep it Derek Carr. And this is how you vote. Just type that plain inside, and it'll update eventually. But should we start Mariota? I mean, you guys are voting incorrectly. Just type it in the format that I did it. See, mine popped up. So just like how it says there in parentheses. I don't know. There's an argument for it. There's also arguments against it. I think it's too early. I really do think it's too early. And make sure to write the right format, you guys. But oh well. We'll try. Vote no or vote yes. Dallas is going to smash us, JT. I mean, I don't know. Look, my brother is a Cowboys fan. So is my mom. I'm going to be hanging out with my brother on Thanksgiving. And yeah, I think I'm going to watch the team get smashed in front of my family, and family's going to laugh at my ass. I think that's going to happen. No space, Pete Walker. Just do it like Ty Levitt. Ty Levitt did this voting thing perfectly. Awesome, dude. Yeah. Vote no. That's how we got to do it. And I'm voting no. I mean, we got 5 votes so far. I mean, the reason why I say no is because we still got a shot. The Browns are banged up. The Bengals can fall to other teams. Steelers aren't hot. Steelers go against the Chargers tonight. Hopefully the Steelers put a whooping on the Chargers. And look, we still face the Chiefs again. We still face the Chargers again. We face these guys one-on-one. We face the Browns one-on-one. We can knock them out. We face the Colts one-on-one. We can knock them out. We still got a shot. We still got somewhat of a shot. All right. We got a super in the house, bro. I got some weird audio in the background of my computer. I don't know why I have this thing going on, but we'll figure that out. Anyways, gonna check out that super chat right now. For some reason, I have some weird audio in the background. But losing Ruggs was huge. No third down threat. NFL defenses are bracketing Waller and Renfro, especially on third downs. Look up Raiders' third down efficiency. You're 100% right, Francisco. Third down efficiency has been horrible for our team. We went 1 for 7, so we converted 1 third down today. I mean, that's never going to get it done. That's always going to be shitty. And I do think, we don't have the deep threat. Deshaun Jackson, we brought him in, but he's still getting no snaps. So when you look at it, you kind of think, well, what's the point in having this guy? What's the point in having this guy if he's not going to get any snaps, you know? And it sucks because we did have Ruggs. And look at one mistake kind of really tanks this team hardcore. And on top of that, we don't have Gruden, in my opinion, to make adjustments. I know some people think that's overrated, but no, I think Gruden has a huge impact. And I think it's telling now. It's telling now that we're not moving the ball. I was happy to see us get the tight ends involved. We got Moreau involved. Because where's Moreau been at? You know, on third down, he sounds like a good guy to go to if they're covering up Ruggs, covering up Waller. And that's why that was awesome. That streak we did in the red zone to get the TD, that was dope. And we need more of that. If Deshaun Jackson can step up, we need to just let somebody else play for him. I mean, let a young guy. It's not like he knows the playbook. It's not like he's a savvy veteran. He's already made a crucial mistake that arguably cost us the game against the Chiefs. So it's hard to root for him. But thank you, Francisco, supporting the channel and obviously laying down some facts right there about the third down efficiency. And thank you guys for voting, man. This poll is still going on. The season is over, people. It ended when they assassinated Gruden. Hard to argue with that, old man Raider Nation, but we do know crazier things have happened in the NFL. We still got a shot at the wild card. And look, I'm interested to see how the saga unfolds. I'm not going to lie. I want to see exactly what happens with the rest of this season. Look, we could have turned it around. There was still a window of opportunity to win the game, even at the end, and then Carr fumbled the ball. Look, we should be able to get an onside kick if we got a special teams head coach. If that's who you are, you should be able to onside kick it. We should be perfectly fine in that situation. All right. Poll, start Mariota. This is the question of the day for Raider Nation. People said Derek Carr is not the future, but the question is, do you want to start Mariota at all? Maybe this Thursday, maybe next week. I think Thursday would be premature. Who knows? But vote in the chat. That's how you vote. A lot of you guys are doing it right. We're learning at WiFiWillie's Football World how to vote. You got to know how to vote, right? It's a maverick, perfect way, exactly how you're supposed to do it. Good format. Exclamation vote space yes. That is how you vote. Oh, sad day for Raider Nation, though. We are off to face the Cowboys this week. Francisco, I want Mariota to start if Derek Carr could not make it happen in the first half of the Cowboys game. Here's the thing, though. If you're going to have him start, you got to have him start in the first quarter because we got to have him get first-team reps throughout the week. And here's the thing. Mariota came in against the Chargers, and when he did really well, he didn't have any first-team reps that week, and he came in and, boom, just stunned him. And I don't know if that's because, they didn't game plan for him. That's a possibility. But the dude looked hard. You can't deny that, he might be somebody you want to consider. Because here's the thing. Why pay him in the first place if there's no QB competition? And at the same time, with the play calling and how it is, I don't think we would be that great anyways. There's an argument for that. But Mariota, I do think you can't deny that he still helps you with the read option, and he also still helps you extending plays when you got a bad offensive line. But we need our offensive line to do something running the ball. We cannot run the ball at all. Bro, do not get a Mariota jersey. Carlos, chill out, bro. Carlos, just hold on a second, okay? Just wait a week. Don't start doing shit you're going to regret. Don't go get a Mariota jersey, all right? All right, guys, let's get into more discussion. Let's get into more polls. I'm going to wrap this poll up in 2 minutes. So at 9 minutes left, I'll wrap it up. So get your vote in. I'm contacting some friends, seeing if anybody wants to hop on. That way we can talk Raiders. I'm gonna see if we can bring on some other YouTubers and stuff. Talk about this game, this hot game coming up. But I'm still gonna talk about it with you guys because you know what? You guys, It's all about what you guys think. You guys are Raider Nation. We want to hear what the spirit of Raider Nation thinks. Carlos M., read option will open up the passing. Hard to deny. And I believe it was Colton Miller who was asked by Sanjeet in the offseason of, I believe it was 2020 or 2019. No, it was this past offseason. Sanjeet, great YouTuber, was interviewing Colton Miller and then asked him, hey, does the read option threat with Mariota help you guys in run blocking? And does it help you generally overall? And Colton Miller surprisingly gave a hella honest answer where he says, yeah, to be honest, it does help us. It does help us. We are able to do certain things that we usually can't do because of that. So, I mean, I just wonder, too, does Derek Carr still have the locker room? He's been the leader, and everybody's called him the leader and the captain, but hopefully things don't change. Jacobs looked frustrated with that first play to Jacobs in the first half where he threw, I believe it was just like a hook to the left, a swing. Jacobs looked frustrated. Jacobs looked like, dude, what's going on? Like, am I really gonna have to deal with this right now? He was heated, bro. So I don't know. I think there is an argument to be made, like, whoa, consider something else. But in my opinion, it's too premature. It's too premature. What if Derek Carr goes off against the Cowboys? And people are saying, oh, why are you going to act like he's going to go off against the Cowboys? There's no way that can happen. It can totally happen. We've seen him play great. Maybe more time with Deshaun Jackson will help. Maybe somebody will pop. Where was Bryan Edwards at today? Anybody? Where was Bryan Edwards? Anybody? Do we know where this guy is? I can't find him anywhere. Mike Castle, thank God I have dabs. Oh, God. I'm going to hold off. Weed's been kind of flipping me out, but maybe I'll take some later. It's not 420 football talk. Man, so my whole crew of members are just all stoners. This is pretty awesome, though. So we have the poll. 23 people voted. Trying to get more of you guys in so we can talk about this freaking game and do some more polls. I want to ask a poll about Abram. I want to ask a lot of polls. I want to see what you guys think. Now, we do need a way to free up Waller. I was surprised he was open so much on that drive coming out of the third quarter. Yeah, Old Man Raider Nation, Brian, who is Bryan Edwards at this point? Moss's Martinez, you're the only individual that I've seen be honest. I am being pretty honest about the team. I will say that. There's some other honest people, though. But I will blame this game on the offense. I will say, however, that doesn't mean, who knows? So it's Derek Carr versus the staff and the receivers. Who do you trust? Who do you think's getting it done? Who do you think's not? That's what you have to understand. Like, is Derek Carr right? Like, when he kind of was like, I'm frustrated with what's going on around me. He basically said that. So we have to ask ourselves, is it the receivers? Is it the coaching staff and this offensive coordinator? Although Derek Carr did, transition to some plays that weren't too hot, weren't too hot. 303 Raider, nothing like smoking a blunt and talking Raiders football. Hell yeah, bro, appreciate you. Hey, maybe I'll roll one up, right? Maybe I'll roll one up. What do you guys think? Should I roll one up? I might. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. I think other people are busy. I don't know if people are going to come by. Oh, shit, Rid the Tape's live, too. So we can't just join. Oh, man, we should have joined forces or coordinated something. Oh, well. But we're on to Dallas. Dallas did lose to Kansas City, and unfortunately, that's the way it's going to go. I was hoping Dallas would do something, but now we don't have, or they don't have Amari Cooper. He's dealing with the COVID situation. So Trump as a head coach, shit, be more pumped up to freaking Bisaccia. I'd rather have Trump as head coach, to be honest, because you got to yell at the refs. I'm sorry, you got Harbaugh, Carroll. All the dope coaches yell at the refs. You got to yell at the refs, bro, to have an impact. All right, I'm closing up this poll. Vote yes or no. Vast majority are saying to start Mariota this week. Hey, whoever is against that, you better vote now, dude. Come on, fight back. You got to fight back. I had to vote no, so I'm one of the votes. We need to hire Eric Bieniemy. Hey, he's got some drama in his life. I've heard some things about domestic violence or assault or something like that. So I don't know if Bieniemy is going to be be the guy either. Look, no head coach means no game plan. No game plan means no game, especially when you go against good head coaches. So Zach Taylor's good. He's a good up-and-coming head coach. Andy Reid is good. Yeah, we could take out the Eagles. Yeah, we could take out the Broncos. When we go against good head coaches with this situation, Old Man Raider Nation is right. How to vote, make sure you type it just how it is in the parentheses. I see some people messing up a little bit. Exclamation point vote, space, yes or no. Bada Bay Area did it correctly. Damn, my own girlfriend wants freaking Mariota to start. We're gonna be arguing. All right, I'm closing the poll in 10 seconds. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Still got a good amount of people here, man. Make sure you guys like this video if you haven't yet. Boost me in the algorithm, and then I'll try to fix my bangs. Boost me in the algorithm. It really helps me out. And also, freaking subscribe if you guys haven't already. And when you do subscribe, a little pop-up happens here, and so it's really cool to see. I personally like seeing it, but subscribe, get more updates. I always have uploaded content Monday and Tuesday. I do Wednesday too. Jack Del Rio, some people are saying that in the chat. I don't know about that one, bro. But the poll is closing now. Valerie, voting the correct way, hell yeah. Don't forget the exclamation point, all. But the poll is closing. We'll have another poll, though. So 15 said yes, 12 said no. So pretty even for should we start Mariota. Half of the fan base is still saying, hey, give Carr a shot. Give him one more shot. Let's see if it's the coordinator. Let's see what's going on here. But here's another guy who's been having problems. I mean, I just think he has problems a lot. You noticed it against Kansas City. In cover 2, you see this guy struggle a ton. Jonathan Abram. What do you guys think about Jonathan Abram? Should the Raiders start Abram? I mean, Teamer is coming back. Gillespie, I think he went on IR, but he'll be back in a few weeks. Should the Raiders start Abram? Because he's continuing to struggle. We've seen the Raiders not start Farrell, and look at Farrell with the missed tackle in this game. And then in the goal line, you notice when we take Unique Ngakoue out, we put Nassibin instead of Farrell. We put Nassibin. So what do we do here? Do we keep Abram? This guy is not... He can't be in coverage. Abram at this point can't be in coverage. So Bada Bay Area, it shows it right here. That's how you vote. In the chat, type it exactly like this, but choose your option as yes or no. You got to type it right or else it's not going to pop up on our little counter here. So make sure you vote just like Bada Bay Area here. You know, I'm going to vote no. I mean, I say give Teamer a shot. And honestly, Levitt has been playing really well. I actually trust Levitt in the box a little bit more than Abram at this point. But our defense, honestly, besides a couple plays here and there, I think they've been doing all right. I think they've actually been doing all right. And definitely in this game, when you hold the Bengals to 10 points in the first half, 3 points in the third quarter, you can't argue with that, bro. You can't argue with that. So Vegas says yes, but you got to vote correctly, bro. You're not doing the right format. See, Sean Nataro, that's the format. Abram's not bad when used properly, but you got to be versatile. If you're a safety, you got to be able to do cover 2 sometimes, Old Man Raider Nation. That's what I would say, man. You got to be able to do it. Sometimes, at least, you got to be able to do it. And time after again, you see him not be able to figure this out. So I just think it matters for the future, too. Like, are we going to trade this guy eventually? Farrell, we know the clock is ticking. You know, he's a depth piece this year, and then it's done. You know, can you say the same thing about Abram? Can you say the same thing about Jacobs? Because Jacobs, yes, he's a fighter. He can fight for yards, but he doesn't have the speed. He's not a versatile receiver. He cannot block as well as Rashard, and he cannot catch as well as Drake. You know, he can plow through, but that means he's not always healthy. He's not a versatile back. He's not an Alvin Kamara, Christian McCaffrey. I still think he's a top 15 back, but I do also think, hey, this dude struggles. This dude straight up does struggle a lot of the time to get things going. And it kind of limits you. It limits you, man. It does limit you. All right, so people are doing the poll. I'm going to close this poll like at 5 minutes. So you still have like 3 minutes to vote. And the format, TX deuce time or deuce dime. That's how you vote in the format. If you want this, I'm not going to use it. Ooh, catch. Just tossed a jewel, and someone caught it. You love to see that. All right, so we'll talk some more things. Third down play, really disappointing. I will also just show you guys the box score. I think that would be cool to look at. So let's get the browser going. Or actually, I don't want to do the browser. I want to do the window. We'll do a window. We'll talk about the box score. Because you know what? We got to look at this and just see how bad it actually was for the offense. I think we're still kind of, in my opinion, being a little lenient. And especially this poll. And I kind of regret doing this type of poll now because you really can't blame the defense at all in this game. Like the defense did, in my opinion, the defense did nothing wrong. I don't know what you guys think, but I think the defense straight up just did nothing wrong. I think, yes, it was tough, but we can't act like they messed up on the same level as the offense. So I got all right, so let's check this out, man. Let's check this out right now. Poll's still going. People are voting. We got about, 14 votes, so get those votes in. We'll start another poll. Let me know if there's anything you guys want to see what Raider Nation thinks. If you're like, hey, Willie, I think this would be a good poll idea. Let me know and we'll get it done. We'll get that poll juiced. Oh, hell yeah. JT Douglas with another banger, man. We're going to pop that comment up right now. But you see the Asian woman or robot woman. I don't know what her ethnicity is, but she's reading that comment out loud for you. And good teams find a way to win. That's true. You saw Kansas City win with a backup QB who's not nearly as good as our backup QB. Now, hard to justify not winning without Ruggs when Titans are 2-1 without Derrick Henry. Close loss today. Good teams find a way to win. That's simple. Dude, I agree with that. At the same time, though, the Titans just lost to the Texans, arguably one of the worst teams in the NFL. So it's not like they're hot either without their main guy. But I do think one player, Ruggs could have easily tore his ACL. Ruggs was injured last year, concussion problems, right? Leg problems in the beginning, early on. So you can't blame it on one player. Unless it's a QB, you're right. You really can't say, oh, this one guy's out, so I'm totally screwed. I mean, look at the Ravens when they played us week 1. They didn't have Marcus Peters. They were missing like 3 running backs and a linebacker. I mean, they were so banged up, and they still got it done. So I do think you're right. You got to have a depth piece in place. You can't be making excuses, man. You can't be making excuses. It sucks, though, because honestly, halfway through the year, a lot of us had Super Bowl aspirations. I mean, that sounds delusional now, but dude, a lot of us were stoked early on in the year, and we've seen that just completely fall apart so far. And who knows what the future holds at this point, Raider Nation. But poll's going on. Carr's playing like he isn't playing like he wants to win. Issues, not gonna lie, not that aggressive. But, like, the play calling, it just seems like nothing's open for him every time. And it's hard for us to decide. Like, there are times where, yeah, maybe he could have hit somebody. And I'm thinking about an early drive when we first kicked the field goal. Carr threw it out of bounds. Zay Jones was open deep. Yes, he has to throw that ball way outside. Zay Jones has to go out there and catch it. But still not hot. Waller having a great day, though. 7 receptions of 116 yards. So you love to see that with Waller. 7 receptions, 116 yards. Let's try to make this a little bigger for my people. 32-13. You know, I mean, it looks a little worse than it really was. They're kind of blowing it out of proportion by saying that, 32-13. But, man. Joe Burrow, Derek Carr. Derek Carr, 19 of 27. Joe Burrow, 20 of 29, but only 148 yards. So that's not too good either, right? That's not what you want either. Let me just size this down for you guys. Lamar made up with a lack of running backs. Lamar, look, I'm still not going to go out here and say that Lamar is a better freaking QB than Derek Carr. I don't think so. I think the Ravens have a really weird offense that, if it wasn't for that, Lamar can't play for any other team, straight up. I mean, he just can't. He can't throw the ball. He straight up can't. All right, we lost some people with that, but you know what? We got to do our thing. It happens. Joe Burrow, 148 yards, 1 TD, 1 pick for Carr. Crucial pick. Huge pick at the end of the game. Still had a shot, man. We still had a shot. And it's just that cherry on top. That cherry on top to say, you know what? It's not going to happen. Very frustrating. Very frustrating. And we also have rushing. Joe Mixon. And look, I don't think our defense is bad against the run. But they weren't horrible in the first half. I wonder if I could even find a first half rushing, by each team. That's something that'd be interesting. Rushing first downs, 10 for the Bengals, 5 for the Raiders. That's not good. 3 first downs for penalties. We talked about the penalties. That was crazy. Willie, but the Titans beat the Rams and the Saints. We were on 3 without Ruggs. He was barely a drip to this offense compared to Henry. He was a deep threat, and he was making some plays, but hey, yeah. I mean, he's not as crucial as Derrick Henry. I will agree with that. And I will say that we have lost to worse teams. I mean, losing to the Bears, I blame the Gruden shit on the loss to the Bears. So that really was a game that the NFL was going to just screw us either way. I mean, really. And then you have, the loss to the Chargers early in the year. That was just us, losing. And then you have these recent losses. Giants, that was our offense, who just sucks. And then the Chiefs in this game. It's crazy. All 3 of these games, Giants game, Chiefs game, and now the Bengals game, you unanimously have to blame the offense. There's pretty much no way around it. You got to blame the offense. They did not do it. Burrow has a running back. The game doesn't fall completely on his shoulders. And look, I think there were some sketchy things going on because we didn't get any holding calls or literally any penalties all game. But I do think they were able to run block and we weren't. Straight up. I mean, that was a huge difference. They could run block and we can't. And Carr does have weapons. I'm not going to lie. Carr does have weapons. He doesn't have a wide receiver. His only wide receiver is Renfro. Chindo, what up, my guy? Long bombs need to happen earlier. Yes. Play calling was atrocious. Multiple times where we were in the box, or they were in the box, stacked up, and we're not going deep because we were just so scared for Carr to even hold on to the ball to just attempt a deep pass. We were just terrified of that prospect. We didn't want to do it. We didn't want to do it. And I'm kind of worried, man, because I think people aren't going to support the Raiders, and the thing that sucks about that is people aren't going to want to play here. So that's why I'm really worried about it. I want people to want to play here. And now, people are, what? If you're a wide receiver, would you want to join this team? Would you want to join this team right now if you're a wide receiver? 15 votes so far. Should the Raiders keep starting Abram? Majority says no. Out chilling, my dude. What is up? Thanks for subscribing, man. Carr has no receivers, but if we keep playing like this, he's still not going to have receivers because people don't want to play for teams that struggle like this. People don't want to play for teams that shit the bed like this. They're not going to be down. So, it's frustrating, but that's the way it goes. And look, fortunately, here's the only good thing that's happened so far is that we're healthy. We don't have major injuries where it's like, oh, we're screwed for this Thursday. Originally, I was thinking, damn, we might be screwed for this Thursday, because, our guys are going to be banged up. And so are the Cowboys. The Cowboys got rocked too. They might be screwed as well. I don't know what their injury report is looking like. We could take a look at that too. But the offense is boring, lack of creativity, no heart. I totally agree, bro. I agree with that. You don't see any cool plays. Now, the Drake swing pass was cool when Carr audible to it, but dude, who's it on? Is it on Carr or is it on these running backs? Because there's 2 times these running backs straight up just every single time Carr has no connection with them. He throws it to them, bouncing off the hands. We've seen that happen with Jacobs so many times. And now we're seeing it with Drake and Rashard. And so it makes you think, like, whose fault is it? Like, is it Carr's fault? Because you have multiple running backs not connecting with you. And it's kind of like, why, like, whose fault is it? He points fingers at the running backs, but then you're kind of like, bro, if you're pointing fingers at the running backs, but every single type of back, you have this problem connecting with them, then we're going to put the blame on you, man. So I think there needs to be more heat on Carr. I think when we had Gruden, there was more criticism of Carr. People were tougher on Carr, meaning the coaching staff, and now that's completely gone. It's just completely gone. Shout out to you guys. Chilling. Gonna get my diaphragm ready. Ooh, Carr. Oh, I actually played that twice. Amari Cooper said Carr can't throw. He's a hater, bro. I mean, what do you expect? He's a big-time hater. 50 years I've watched this team, and the NFL hates us, especially Goodell. Davis hated him and was against his promotion. This is having an impact on our year. Now, I think the Bears game, we lost to refs. I thought the Chargers game was sketchy. I do, however, think the Giants game, we lost fair and square. I do think the Chiefs game, our defense was robbed. We have such a good defense, and it showed today against the Bengals how talented our defense is, how elite our pass rush is, even with the four-man rush. That showed today, and that didn't happen against the Chiefs because they let the Chiefs hold. I mean, straight up. I have a video about it. They straight up let the Chiefs hold. The defense should have had the same impact against the Chiefs that they had against the Bengals. That's for sure. But we didn't get that because they went easy on them. They want them to make the comeback. That's definitely true. But our offense still shit the bed. Even if our defense did get some sacks, did get some pressures against the Chiefs, I still think we lose that game because our offense just can't move. Like, it is so hard for our offense to even get a first down. Like, it feels like a huge deal when we get a first down. And then you watch other teams. Click, deep ball, curl route, out. Other teams are just clicking. And it just seems so, I mean, this is an offensive-driven league. The NFL wants the offenses to do well. It's a more exciting game. But our offense still shits the bed. It still shits the bed. And, yeah, Tecmo Bowl calls, play calls are happening. Carlos M., I totally agree. All right, we're going to move on from this poll. Should we start poll? Should we start Abram or not? Most people said no, sit the guy. Not a surprise. He's had a hard time. And here's one thing. If given the opportunity, this is kind of an edgy poll. I just want to know what Raider Nation thinks. If given the opportunity, if Gruden does win his case, would you be okay with us rehiring Gruden? If he wins his case, if another team could maybe pick him up, because that's a lot of teams would like to have him. I know you don't agree with that. Some people, a lot of people would love to have Gruden as part of their franchise, not even from a strategic standpoint, even just for pure ratings. People want to have Gruden. So if given the opportunity, would you guys be okay with the Raiders rehiring Gruden? Because this Bisaccia guy is not getting it done. And, vote correctly with the format, exclamation vote no or yes. Let me know. Most people are probably going to say no, maybe just start over. But we did look hot. We looked hot those first 6 weeks. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that we looked good. Todd Downing is the answer, Edgar. Oh, my God. Don't even remind me of Todd Downing. Here's the thing. Like, now that we're looking at it, it seems like we aired it out more during the Gruden era. Like, with Gruden the first half of the year, we were airing the ball out a lot more. Now it seems like, we're too afraid to hold on to the ball. We're so afraid that it's just like, oh, get rid of the ball quick. Throw it to the running back. Oh, freaking, let's do it right here. Quick out. And when it's not there, then Carr gets sacked, Carr gets pressured, and he has to throw it away. There's nothing good happening with these short passes. Mike Castle with the super chat. Straight up, man, bro. Appreciate you. Sending the sticker saying to keep it up. Hell yeah, man. I appreciate all the love, Mike Castle, supporting this channel. Really encourages me to keep going. I'm going to keep this thing going, dude. Because of all the support and you guys like what's going on here, man, it really like pumps me up. So that's why Monday I'm going live. Thursday I'm doing 420 football talk. Gonna have some uploaded content too. No doubt about that. I'm gonna put some stuff together for tomorrow, and I might even clip some of this up. We were talking about this a little earlier. Big problems in this past game. Carr audibling on 3rd and 6. Lincoln Kennedy speaking on behalf of the Raiders saying, whoa, this is not good. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing? When you got Lincoln Kennedy on your back and he's like obviously going to be rah Raiders, that's big problems. However, to be fair, Lincoln Kennedy has always been highly critical of Derek Carr. Last year, Lincoln Kennedy said that the reason why we don't go deep is not the offensive line, but it's because Derek Carr doesn't hold on to the football long enough. That's what Lincoln Kennedy said. In this game, clearly, this roughing the passer call was BS. You can see Burrow has the ball away. Unique Ngakoue barely touches the guy, barely shoves him. Crosby kind of falls on him, but this guy, Burrow's a good actor. He overreacts, and we get a flag, and that allows them to get a field goal. And to me, that was critical. To me, that was incredibly critical. However, I still think we lose this game because the offense just straight up can't get it going. And part of the reason is because we don't have a coach on the sideline who's going to fight. We don't have a coach on the sideline who's going to tell our quarterback, yo, do something, bro. It's time. Let's be a superstar. Yes, this is shitty. Yes, the play calls are shitty. The O-line's shitty. The receivers aren't all great. You only got Waller and Renfro. But you got to do something. And on top of that, we need a coach who's going to argue with the refs. Because look at this. This was on 2nd down. Jacobs, 2nd and 6. He gets this. This is the first drive out of the half in the 3rd quarter. This is where he is. And I paused it and I took a picture of this. Because, boom, later on, just seconds later, they go ahead and say, oh, he's 3rd and 1. Then we do the jet sweep to Bryan Edwards. No dice, obviously. Boom, we're stopped short. And my whole thing is, okay, whatever. Like, okay, what if we were short? Who knows? I don't think we're short. I took multiple pictures of this. We got that first down. But where's the fight? Where's the fight? Where's Bisaccia saying, hey, what the hell's going on? Why are you calling this third? Why are you calling it 3rd and 1? We got that first down. Or even throwing the challenge flag. We were on offense. We set when we hiked the ball. You could have even gone a little slowly, give your guys upstairs to review the play. And that would have got us a first down. And it was so hard for us to get a first down in this game. We could have really used it. But overall, I will say the play calling was trash. There's no doubt about it. You can't deny that. And Derek Carr, he did crumble in critical moments. Even though the game was bad, everything was stacked against Derek Carr. Everything has been stacked against Derek Carr this whole year. Like he's in the shittiest spot compared to like any QB who has a team that's in the hunt. You lose your coach, you lose your receiver, you're part of the Raiders, the refs hate you, shit's always going down, straight up. But there were times, I mean, the fumble, the game was kind of over by then, but the fumble, wow. The pick, yeah, wow. The game was over kind of by then, but it was kind of like, wow, man, like we still have a shot. It's a 2-score game. You got 3 timeouts. It's not over. And then bam, time and time after game, he tries to extend plays. And time again, Derek Carr fails to see pressure behind him. Blindsided, cracked, fumbled the ball. We've seen it happen so long. And yes, it happens to other QBs. It happened to Joe Burrow today. But at a certain point, we know extending plays has been his issue, and he needs to fix that. And we know buying time can do so much for a team that has a struggling offensive line. And we knew going into it, Rodney Hudson, he wanted to leave. Gabe Jackson wanted to leave. So we knew we were going to have a worse O-line, and this is what it was going to be like. We're going to have to scramble this year. We knew that going into it. And then what happened? Damn. Cracked. And not only that, honestly, take away those 2 bad plays from Derek Carr. Take away those 2, you're still in a rough situation the whole entire game. Take away those two plays. So I'll put those 2 plays against Derek Carr. I'll put this audible against Derek Carr because I thought it was a horrible audible, a horrible decision in a key situation. I do. And I will say that where is my game summary? Did this get taken down? I will say we got some comments up here, but let's take a look at this game summary. Derek Carr's numbers. $33 QBR, 90 0.8 rating, 19 of 27, not good. 2 sacks for 9 yards, 1 with the fumble, interception, 8 average. So when he did complete passes, it went pretty well. How do you go 3 and out after halftime? Why defer if you win the coin toss? Then I agree. If you're not going to put it together, but a part of that was them not calling that run by Jacobs the first down. That was that drive. And so I was like, why didn't Bisaccia fight back against that? That's what I want to know. 215 yards, though, it's not going to get it done. Unless you're Joe Burrow, you can get it done with 148 yards as long as you got a running back and can run 123 yards. We don't have any running backs. We don't have an offensive line that can get anything going in the run game. 37 yards, 23 yards. So it's disappointing, dude. It's disappointing, and it makes you wonder. Derek Carr seemed frustrated after the game. And Derek Carr did blame himself. He says, I'll take all the blame. But the way in which he takes all the blame, it's kind of like, look, it's a procedure. He even admits, every game I take all the blame. So it's a procedure so that you can move on in the press conference. He's not actually taking all the blame. Meaning, Derek Carr believes that, hey, I think he does believe that this is on the coaching staff and receivers. He looks visibly frustrated. Whenever he gets an incompletion, he's pointing fingers. And I don't know what this means for our team. Maybe this is bad. Maybe you shouldn't be pointing fingers in the game. Maybe you shouldn't be making comments saying, I just want to be a part of the organization when it's hot. Basically is what he's saying. Although he spoke pretty carefully. I'm not going to say Derek Carr is totally dissing the staff and everything. But deep down, we all wonder, and so does Derek Carr wonder, how would he be if he wasn't on a team like the Raiders, where there's always something going on, there's always some drama, the refs are always against the Raiders, and you haven't had a good, solid number 1 wide receiver since Amari Cooper. Darren Waller doesn't count for me. Because, look, Darren Waller is covered by Uwuzie. Darren Waller gets covered by the best corner on the other side of the team, unlike Kelsey, who gets covered by a safety or a linebacker because you have the best corner covering Tyreek Hill. Darren Waller doesn't have that advantage. So Carr still has never had a wide receiver. But here's the thing. Carr hasn't played so great where he could overcome not having a great wide receiver. Yes, when Carr has a great wide receiver, he does well. But in recent time, it's like, okay, you only have B-rated weapons, C-rated weapons. We still got to make something happen. And we've seen other QBs, be able to make some things happen. However, I do want to say generally, though, I want to criticize Carr, but I also want to make it very crystal clear that there are very few teams that have worse weapons than Derek Carr. Straight up. Can't deny that. Very few teams have worse weapons than Derek Carr. Derek Carr, his receiving core is Bryan Edwards, a second-year receiver who's been injured his first year and has never cracked over 300 yards ever, I think. I think maybe he's cracked it so far this year. Didn't last year. And then it's Zay Jones, who this is Zay Jones' 3rd year with this team, and he is still not able to get open. You see him just not that involved in the game. And so it's like, it's year 3, like when I look at Zay Jones, I just think, it's like, he's a good character guy. You even heard John Gruden say, I love Zay Jones. I wish I was Zay Jones. And everybody talks about how he works super hard, and that's great, but it's year 3. It's year 3 for Zay Jones, and it's kind of like, all right, dude, like, what's going to happen? Like, we gave him $2.5 million guaranteed. Are you just going to be a death piece forever? Or are you going to take advantage of this opportunity? This Ruggs thing opened up a huge opportunity for Zay Jones. And it's kind of like, all right, man, well, now's your shot. And now it just seems like not getting open, and not getting many targets, to be fair, though. To be fair to him, he's also not getting that many targets. Let's take a look at some of the targets and stuff like that from today's game. Darren Waller, 8 targets, 7 receptions. A great game for Darren Waller. A really big bounce-back game for him. Brady, okay, I disagree with this comment. Brady is a perfect example of having B, C, D level receivers. When he's actually won the Super Bowl, he's had great receivers. He's had good receivers and a great defense. And he's always had amazing tight ends and a coach, offensive coordinator who knows how to use his tight ends, unlike Greg Olsen. Mahomes has not had a great game without mass talent around him. That's true. Whenever they don't have Tyreek Hill, Patrick Mahomes struggles hardcore. That is so true. Darren Waller's 7 receptions on 8 targets. Great game for him. One of his better games in the past, 4 or 5 weeks. Renfro, not many yards. 4 for 4, though, 100%. 4 targets, 30. Jacobs, 7 targets. Probably a season high in targets for Jacobs, but you only get 4 yards. Yes, that's better than running the ball, but still not good. 2 targets. 2 targets for Zay Jones. You get 20 yards. That's good to see. Foster Moreau, 2 targets. You get the TD. So Zay Jones and Moreau, you're having the same amount of production. Where's Drake? Once again, where's Drake? I thought we were going to have Drake be the Joker and have good formations where it's Drake and Josh on the field at the same time, and it's going to be freaking elite, bro, and we're going to be dope. Drake, he's just been absent, man. He's been absent this whole year. This whole year, really. 5 carries for 23 yards for Drake as well. Jacobs, 9 carries for 37 yards. 4 yards a carry, but when you're playing from behind in the second half, you're not going to run the ball that much. And quite frankly, whenever you do run the ball, it hasn't been great besides that one run from Jacobs. That was 18 yards. That was the only good run, really, of the game. It's disappointing. It's disappointing, man. Let's take a look at this poll. Nobody wants to rehire Gruden. We got to move on. People just want to blow it up at this point, I think. We did a poll earlier on Carr, poll earlier on Mariota, and then a poll on Abram. Let's see if we can do another poll. What are you guys interested in seeing what we all think? Here's mine. Can we still make the wild card? Can the Raiders still make the wild card? At this point, even after losing and everything, can we make the wild card? That's what I want to know. Yes or no? Vote in the chat. I think we still can. I think it's going to be a fight. I want to pull up the standings and check it out too. I want to pull it up. Actually, let's go back. I want to see, because I think there's an argument to be made that we still have a shot. So we got 1 people voting so far. Can we still make the wild card? I'm gonna go ahead and vote 2. People voting no. I just think the other teams are just as shaky as us. Nobody's super hot in the AFC West. That's how you vote, like that in the chat. I guess I'm one of the few people to vote yes. I'm one of the few people to have hope. Because I think Derek Carr, dude, he's had some ups and downs. And here, even if Derek Carr doesn't work out, I think if Derek Carr really does bad, you do start Mariota, and that also gives us a chance at the wild card. All right, so I'm going to pull it up right here. Unholy Roller. I think this guy is a first-time super chatter, so make it loud. So Unholy Roller, he's giving up, bro. He says it's game over. Mock draft time. Shit ain't looking hot for the Raiders. For him, it's time to move on. I don't know. I think we still got a shot, dude. I think we have to even believe that. Okay, when it's over, it's over. But if we mathematically can do it, we still got to come in acting like we can. Because you know what? For these players, we got to root for them. Look, I saw many times in the stadium on 3rd down, fans sitting. I saw fans sitting when the Bengals have a 3rd down. Their offense is on the field. Our defense is trying to get pumped up. I see us sitting. By the way, the exclamation mark needs to be next to vote. It needs to be next to vote. That's how you got to do it. Just like how it is in the parentheses up top. That's the way you got to do it. But there was times where I was like, damn, why are they sitting? Why are they sitting? So look, we know there's 7 spots in the AFC conference. So Tennessee is going to get it. Baltimore, that could be tough. One of those are going to get wild card. New England going up against Buffalo. So we're really only 1 game behind some teams. We're tied with the Colts, with the Browns. Hopefully the Chargers lose to the Steelers here. It's 7-3 right now. And then we could still beat the Chiefs head-to-head. Make them tied with us at 5 wins. We could still beat the Chargers. Make them tied with us. We can beat the Browns and beat them in the playoff spot. So mathematically, it is still possible. That's all I want to say to you guys. It's still possible. And by the way, thank you, Unholy Roller, for the super chat. Really appreciate you supporting us here. Need to figure out who the head coach is now. Not going to lie, that's probably true. Darren Waller and Denzel Perry are one of the only ones you came to play today. I think so, man. I think so, too. Waller was hot. Perryman was hot. Hard to deny that. Hard to deny that. People are voting no. Keep voting. Can the Raiders make the wild card? We only got 8 votes so far. Most people are saying no. So can my people and we vote in the right format, by the way? Can we vote in the right? Old Man Raider Nation got it down. That's exactly how you got to do it. Renfro could lead us to the wild card. No doubt about that. Why not? Why not Renfro? Why not Renfro? Can Derek bounce back? A lot to think about here, man. I have acid reflux right now. At least I got some water. Yeah, I played the press conference in the beginning of this. If you hadn't seen that yet, we were watching it live. Yeah. If you guys are coming here late, we did play the press conference. Reacted to some of the comments that Carr made, some of the comments that Waller made. I'm going to turn my mic up a little bit just so I don't have to talk as loudly anymore because my voice is not as hot as it was. I'm sweating up here. Look at how heated I am. I'm so pissed off about this game. I'm sweating in the bangs, man. But, man, I still think there's a shot at wild card, and I was showing you guys the standings a little bit ago. We still have a shot. Derek Carr. I mean, it's going to be an argument, man. Is it him? Is it the team? There seems to be a split, Cuban Raider. First of all, Bisaccia, he's got nothing to say. I don't even want his ass talking at the press conference anymore because he doesn't say shit. I mean, he doesn't say anything. He doesn't speak his mind. He's too quiet. And you know what? He doesn't answer questions. You know, so you don't learn anything from this guy. He doesn't have the cojones to make any statements because his job's in jeopardy. You know, he's worried about all that. So, yeah, I don't even want to hear from that guy anymore. Carr was a little enlightening for me. You know, for me, Carr was enlightening. He drew a line in the sand, which is like, yo, I always blame me, even if it's not the case. Meeting tonight, he doesn't agree that, you know, it's the case, that it was his fault. That's for sure. Time for Mariota to trade Carr. If Mariota can really turn it around. All right, so here's the thing. If we lose against the Cowboys and it's the offense's fault, then I'm down to have Mariota. And if Mariota could beat the Chiefs and the Chargers, then you make an argument for him. But I think Carr can beat the Cowboys this week. They don't have freaking Dak. Honestly, I'm kind of having a sore throat and my lungs are kind of blocked up. I wonder if I have freaking COVID right now. Rough. Feeling rough right now. NFL won't let the Raiders win another game. Come on, bro. I think they'll let them win something. Not a head coach. Yeah, I believe. No Cooper. Hit the bong. Not right now. RIP Carr sexuals. Yo, Carr could still turn it around. If Carr turns it around this next game, he's good to go. All right, missed the press conference. We were talking about that a little earlier. Go ahead and scroll earlier in the video. You can check out the press conference of Derek, everything we're saying about that. I could play it again and set that up for you, but I think a lot of people who've been here have already seen it. I remind you of David Copperfield, the magician guy. I'm not that sketchy, bro. I do want to go get some food, though. I am pretty hungry. We got 160 people live in here. Go ahead and give me a like. Give me a like, man. Boost me in the algorithm. Jesus loves cars, so keep the faith. Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? And hey, yo, answer this poll, bro. Freaking, I'm going to have this poll open for 2 more minutes. 12 votes. Can the Raiders still make the wild card? I voted yes. 7 said no. 5 said yes. Vote in the chat. It's written in the parentheses how to vote. Type that exactly. Most rigged game of the year? Really, bro? Just because of the penalties? Nah. I think most rigged is the Bears game and the Chiefs game. Those are the 2 most rigged games of the year for the Raiders. Chiefs, though, I still think the Raiders were lost because the offense was trash. The offense was straight trash. If Carr starts against the Cowboys and has another pick and fumble turnover and lose the game, then Mariota start. Hard to disagree with that. I mean, because you're going to lose the team at some point. And trust me, if we're thinking... Because look, people were talking about that. They saw Mariota warming up, actually. Maybe I'll pull this up. People said they saw Mariota warming up. There was a Twitter beat reporter. And what he said is that this guy looks way too good to just straight up be a backup QB. But nobody traded for him. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I'm going to play you guys the video right now where they're saying, yo, this guy looks too good to just be a backup QB. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Man, this is a depressing game, though. Made me want to listen to some Linkin Park. You guys ever get so depressed and listen to some Linkin Park? That's what this game was like. I was like, crawling in my skin. These words do not heal, or something like that. You guys know that song? I wonder why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. One thing. I don't know why. Okay, here we go. I'm pulling it up. All right. So this video is titled, Mariota is way too good to be on the bench as a backup, says Bragger, the best NFL pick'em app. So you got Mariota warming up. He's in there in the white. At least Mariota could run, but that's how he gets hurt. So that's the flip side. He's also going to get hurt. All right, so I think our guy Mariota in the white and the shorts, Carr just threw the ball, and then we're going to see Mariota do some throws. Casey, most rigged game, Mr. Marty, I agree. Mariota had the highest PFF grade on under pressure in a single game last year against the Chargers. So there's Mariota airing it out in the white, backing up, boom. 3-step drop, boom, lays it on the money. A little high there, a little high. But when you're watching this, Derek Carr, back up. Derek Carr can't throw on the run, though, and he's not a play extender. He's a pocket passer, and you need to have a good O-line for that. And we don't have a good O-line. By the way, YouTube's suggesting me in my own video. We don't have a good O-line. That's facts. 3-7 for Steelers versus Chargers. Steelers are losing. And I'm not giving up on this live because I like hanging out. Do you guys like hanging out so far? I think I'm still chilling. Hey, let's go, Brandon. Oh, my God. I get that so much on my channel. You're right. The Raiders get smashed equals rigged. Not all the time. Not all the time, Joko, and I appreciate a Bengals fan being here. I do think the roughing the passer call was BS today. I do think this play, which I showed everybody, which is straight up facts, should have been a first down. No way you could deny that here. I mean, come on, bro. That's a first down, and they called it 3rd and 1. Now, I don't think that's why we lost. I think even if we get this first down, even if we get the roughing the passer call, I think the Bengals, I think you guys got an awesome squad this year. Jocko Johnson, you Bengals got a good squad this year. You just got a bad O-line. For some reason, they weren't giving up sacks in the second half, maybe because they got away with holding. But you got a bad O-line. The rest of the squad's good. I even like the linebackers like Jermaine Pratt. I kind of like him too. But hey, I think we still lose either way. But these are some bullshit calls. And I think against the Chiefs, it was pretty bad. And I think against the Bears, it was pretty bad. Atlanta got smashed. That's true. How many penalties on 3rd down this game? Not entirely sure. I do know one at least. It's 420? It's not 420. You guys always say it's 420. You guys just want me to get high as hell. Bengals, no penalties besides the one encroachment, which is pretty weird. Let's go, Brandon. Oh my. See, now everybody knows what "Let's go, Brandon" means, so now people are angry. Before, people just didn't know what it meant. Just to let you guys know, I'm neutral on everything. Everybody's welcome here, okay? Been listening to the Smiths for depression music lately. Oh, God. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Smiths playing in the locker room. Hopefully they listen to the Smiths instead of Netway. I'd like them to listen to the Smiths instead of Netway. Hey, maybe we need Netway. Maybe if we played some of Netway's tracks, we would get pumped up and win the game. Derek Carr needs to start listening to rap. He needs more swagger. Linkin Park was my favorite band back when me and the ex broke up. That's how you know that freaking Raider Nation's hurting right now. And we're starting to talk about our ex-girlfriends at this point. That's what we're getting into. And I'm arguing with my girlfriend because she says Derek Carr is trash. And I'm still going to pull for him for one more game. I'm pulling for him for one more game on Thanksgiving. Man, and because it's been a long journey with Carr, and we've seen so many ups and downs, man. We've seen so many ups and downs. It would have been really amazing if Gruden was still here, if Ruggs was still here, and Derek Carr went and won the division and proved everybody wrong this year. That would have been amazing. And it really felt like that was going to happen this year. Before the Bears game, it really felt like that was going to happen this year, and it's super sad that it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen this year. Wild card, I'm gonna put hope in for wild card. I'm putting in hope for wild card. But division, it's done. The league don't like Carr. I think that's true. All right, so we're looking at the votes. 15 votes. Get your votes in. One more minute. I'll leave this open. 7-8, so it's 50-50. So on if we should start Carr, it's 50-50. And whether or not we're going to make the wild card, it's been 50-50. Peter Walker, my girlfriend's right. He gets shook. Look, how do you not get shook in the situation that he's in right now? I'm going to say that first. Because, look, we can't act like he has a dope receiving core. The Bengals have a better receiving core than him. The Jags have a better receiving core than him. The freaking Jets have a better receiving core than Carr. One tight end ain't going to do it. So you know what? Why not try to get some more weapons for Waller? At this point, you have to wonder, yes, Waller's great, but Moreau's great too, and we need a wide receiver. If I could switch Waller for Devontae Adams, I would do it. I would do it. I would. Carr's not a robot. He faces adversity. That's true. All right, we're going to close this poll. 15 votes in. It's pretty much 50-50. I gave you guys a chance to get your last votes in, but it's going to be tied. People still think the Raiders have a shot. People still think Carr can get it done. And then half of Raider Nation does not agree, though. So that's pretty tough when that happens. Start Mariota. Some people are really into that. And people were really for rigging. People were talking about rigging a lot last week. People were really upset at the Chiefs game. And I've been telling you guys, I had Brian Toohey on The Fix Is In. Darth Vader Raider, the NFL rigged our season. I mean, with the Gruden situation, you have to think, wow, this is tough. And I want to know what you guys think. Is the fix in? Is the NFL rigged? Vote yes or no. Actually, let me restart this. I kind of messed up this one. I want to edit this poll. I messed up sometimes. You know what? You got to vote yes or no. There's no sometimes. We need a decision. Is the fix in? Yes or no? Start Peterman, Holy Roller. Oh God, he gets that's the comment. That's the comment of the night. Comment of the night. Frankie. What will Mike Castle say? I think the Towel Boy could be better than the coach we have. Yo, at least the Towel Boy's gonna have some adrenaline on him because, dude, we need a coach who's excited to be a coach. By the way, you guys are voting wrong. You got to do it with the exclamation vote next to each other. I wasn't going to drink today. I was going to work out, but I don't know. I think it's beer time. I think I'm going to head. Maybe I should head somewhere. I'm aggravated. But I'm not going to be like Tom Cable and do some aggravated assault. But I'm aggravated. I'm just playing, man. I'm just playing. Well, man, fix is in, but I think even if they didn't even if they did give us some favored calls, we're still gonna get our ass whooped. You can't play offense like that. You can't call plays like that. You got to have some spunk. You got to have some hope. He don't extend plays, man. DC's been whack. People are heated. I haven't seen people this heated in a while. I mean, because I think against the Chiefs, people were still blaming the refs. People were like, all right, this is clearly a lopsided game in terms of officiating. Now we're in a situation where people are kind of like, they had a shot, man. 69 fumbles in 120 games. Is that true, Layla? Can somebody... I don't have time to fact check that, but wow, if that is true, that means that he fumbles every other game. He has one fumble every other game. That is horrible. That is a bad stat. Bad stat. Raid the tape. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Oh, shit. All right. I think it's time. Raid the tape was chopping it up on his channel, too. It's good to see him. We talked on 420 Football Talk. We're talking about the future, man. So maybe now we'll be able to talk about, shit, what kind of future are we going to have here now? And let me go ahead and I want to put a little filter on Raid the Tape, see if it works. Oh, yes. Nice. Let me see. He can't hear me right now. I'm going to set it up so he can. So I'm going to take him off. That way he's not just clicking around. So I'm going to join. I'm going to go ahead and go in there with Raid the Tape. So he'll be joining us in just a second. And that's good because we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to get heated about. And I like kind of talking to somebody else too. Real conversations are always preferable, right? And new sub, Jose Lopez. What is up, bro? Appreciate you. Raid the Tape. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. What's good with you?
Oh, what's good? All right, let me get you plugged in here. Boom. And let's make sure we can hear you.
Yo.
Okay. I got to bring you back. Awesome, man. Hell yeah, dude. So good to see you. You're doing your thing. I saw you doing a recap after the game, going through some numbers.
What's up?
The conversation we got to have, it's a tough one. And shout out to you, freaking Jose Lopez. Pop you up right here. Dude, it's the Carr conversation again, right?
Yeah.
We were just talking about it, and I did a couple polls on my channel where I was like, all right, so like, are we moving on from DC or what? And despite the fact that the chat, everybody's hella pissed off, it was kind of 50-50. People still want to roll with DC. So what do you think? What do you think? Are we starting DC Thursday or at least next week?
It's funny because I did a poll on my IG. Let me go check real quick, see where they're at with it. Let's see where the fans are at with it. Let's see what it looks like. Because honestly, yeah, 71% said bench.
71% said bench? Okay.
Yeah.
Mine was like a 1 vote difference out of like 20 something.
Yeah.
But you did on IG. But look, people are going to say that right after the game. People are going to be the most heated right after the game. And here's the thing. We don't have the all 22 footage, so we don't really know if people were open or not. But I'm gonna bet money they weren't.
And when you say that, do you say it with I guess I can't find the right word, but do you say that in terms like, are you kind of defending Carr, or are you just saying like, I'm just keeping it real? I'm not talking about Carr and Mariota. I'm just talking about the receivers themselves.
Well, the thing is, okay, if we have to figure out, because people want to switch QBs because I think it's the answer for everything. I am 50-50 on defending Carr. 50% of me is defending him. 50% of me is saying, why not Mariota at this point? I mean, I'm torn. I'm torn with this. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. It's not like we talked about this just the other day. It's not like our receivers are dope. And Deshaun Jackson, he barely gets any snaps, so he must not be that good in practice if they're not giving him that many snaps, you know? Or he doesn't know the offense enough. And Zay Jones, I mean, I was just talking earlier, I'm heated about Zay Jones. This is Zay Jones' third year, and he's still like the same dude. Yeah. You know? Like, And then you were right the other day. Like, the Jags do have a better receiving core. Like, so many teams, the Bengals definitely have a better receiving core than us. I mean, that's without a doubt.
Yeah.
But here's my thing. Yeah. We still have Waller.
Go ahead. My thing is, dude, if we go get a quarterback, right? So this is my thing. Let's start like this. Aside from the Carr conversation, let's say Mariota's the quarterback. Say we put Mariota. Is he the long term? Is he the long term answer?
I think, look, Mariota put a no trade clause in his contract, right? Meaning he wanted to decide where he wants to go. And he took the risk to say, like, I'm down to just chill here this year. Because he must, like, think in his mind that he could start over Carr. Because in my opinion, why do you just stay there an extra year? You got a no trade clause. They probably did talk about it during the trade deadline. It seems like Mariota wanted to stay with the Raiders this year.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, okay, it depends how he performs, right? If Mariota goes out there and beats the Chargers and the Chiefs, even if he loses every single other game and the Raiders don't make the playoffs, but he pulls off a victory against the Chiefs or the Chargers by doing what he does, scrambling, in the red zone, then it's going to be very hard for them not to just at least give him an offer, right?
No, I don't think it would be hard at all. I don't think it would be hard at all, honestly.
You think they would? You think they would still say no?
Yeah, I think it would be complete bullshit. I think it'd be complete bullshit. I think this whole organization's done a whole lot of bullshit, and I think everybody's getting upset at one person for it. Derek Carr could play better, but if Derek Carr were to play better, he would have been a first-round draft pick. His name would be Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, or Russell Wilson. There's no other, or Kyler Murray. So basically, at this point, we want our quarterback to suffice for what we didn't build this team for. If I had to ask you 2-3 years ago, what are we building this team towards? What would be the offensive identity? What would you say?
I would say that we were building a run-first team with a stacked offensive line. I do agree. You're right. Because 2019, yes.
We have how many first-round draft picks do we have on this offensive line?
We have two.
Yes.
And a fourth rounder.
We have a first-round draft pick where? In the backfield, correct?
Right. And the third highest paid second-string running.
So with all of that combined, why are we 29th in rushing?
And and then again today, what was it, like 40 yards? No, we can't run block, and Jacobs thinks he's faster than he is. I saw this last week and I saw it this week. He tries to go outside, and it's just kind of like, bro, you're not going to burn this guy. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like you run through people. That's why you're a productive back. Here's the thing I'm going to ask you. The running backs in the passing game, we saw 2 incompletions in the first half of the game, 1 to Drake, 1 to Jacobs. Who do you put that on? I mean, some people say, hey, it was too high. Some people say, hey, maybe the running back's not going straight enough. You saw Carr do that motion. I don't know who to put that on.
I don't think that. Honestly, I think people look at that kind of stuff and start nitpicking. That stuff right there is so minuscule. I don't even look back at that. At this point, I'm past all that. You know what I mean? I feel like when we start to do that, we're just trying to just nitpick.
It's trying to criticize Carr, right?
Not really so much Carr. We're just mad that we lost, and we're not stepping back to look at the whole picture. And my point is, even if so tell me this, Wi-Fi, because I'm just going to ask you questions, right? Because you're pretty unbiased. You don't really, you know what I mean? You have no, whether Carr starts or not, you just want to win.
Right.
If we were to draft Zach Wilson, would we be successful?
No. We were 100%
okay.
we would be worse with Zach Wilson. No, that's true. But he got benched by Mike White.
My thing is, if we were to draft a quarterback, how do we know we would draft the right quarterback? Because we can't even draft the defensive end. We can't even draft the corner. We can't even keep a fucking receiver on this team.
Yeah, maybe if we drafted the quarterback in the 4th round, maybe then we'd get it.
Think about it. That's probably why we got a decent quarterback out of Carr, because we didn't draft him in the 1st. We got him in the 2nd round. But all jokes aside, Gruden wasn't here. But my point is my point is even if we went to go get a Rodgers, someone said, well, do you think we make a push for Rodgers? Do you think we make a push for Wilson? Even if we made a push for them, Russell Wilson has DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett.
He's stacked. He's got weapons, and he's got.
How are we going to replace DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett? How are we going to replace a Devontae Adams that Aaron Rodgers has, an Aaron Jones running game, one of the best offensive lines in the league? Right now, the Packers have the top 3 defense in the league.
No, they're loaded. Because somebody told me that Rodgers doesn't have any weapons and he still gets it done. I'm like, look, here's what I'm saying. I would take an elite receiver over an elite tight end at this point. Because what they do to us is they just stick a Wouzier over Waller, and then it's done. He's not open anymore. You know what I mean? And we don't have any other receiver who could beat a number 2 corner or a number 3 corner. And so I get what you're saying about the weapons. And here's another thing, too. Here's where I kind of agree with you on this, which is to say, even if we got rid of Carr, Rodgers and Wilson don't want to come here. None of those people want to come here. And the way that this team has been playing, aside from the defense, because you know what? The defense played fantastic today, in my opinion. I know they got gashed in the run game, but I think they were freaking – the time of possession was so lopsided again.
Yeah.
And we better hope they're ready on Thursday because they're going to be tired as hell. But I don't think dope receivers are going to want to come here. I don't think dope QBs are going to want to come here because look at the play calling, look at the offensive line, and then time and time again, you're just taking another L. So – but the question is Mariota an upgrade over Carr for our situation right now? That's the question. You would say no, right?
Would he be an upgrade?
For our situation. And the situation that we have is that we have a shitty O-line.
Would he be an upgrade? I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't see it. I don't think Mariota has the quarterback skills, man. He just mobile. Like, we know what Mariota is. If you guys want to get pissed off every game because he's throwing a pick randomly throughout the game, then yeah. I mean, we know how Mariota is. It might be exciting because he takes off and runs, and then this happens, that happens. But it's like, I don't know, man. Ryan Tannehill threw 4 interceptions today. That's who Mariota just got replaced by. And, Ryan Tannehill threw 4 interceptions and lost to the Texans.
Yeah, the Texans. Yeah.
Why? If Mariota is so much better than Carr, then why wasn't everybody screaming to go get Ryan Tannehill? I see you, big dog, in the chat. You can shut your ass up. You was in my chat too, punk ass.
Yeah, big dog. Why don't you make a point? Make a point, big dog. See, I'm trying to counter raid with points. I'm not just
tell Big Dog to come up. Tell Big Dog to come up on the stream, punk ass. I told it. I'll probably have a fan stream chat tomorrow. Pull up to my stream and you can come up. And then if you have anything educated to say, please say it. But if you don't have anything educated to say, then shut your ass up.
Yeah, dude. We're all on the same page here. Like, at the end of the day, we want this team to win games, and we're all upset, but we can have a different reason as to why we're upset, and that is true. Tannehill, he had a rough game. He's a great QB. He's somebody who people even talked about MVP status last year. He did really well last year, and you can have a bad game. But I think the problem with Carr is the advantage for Carr over Mariota, in my opinion, is always that he's going to be mistake-free. He's going to be clean. He's going to be accurate. And I think these past 3 games, we've seen a couple mistakes. Yeah. Granted, I think the mistakes have come at a time when the game's already kind of over. Like, even today, yes, the mistakes happened in the fourth quarter. Yes, we still had a shot, 2-possession game. But we were still screwed. We were still screwed in a shitty spot. But I think because Carr's been making these mistakes, hasn't been as accurate as he was the first half of the year. I don't know why. It could be the receivers. It could be a number of things. But I think that's why people are saying, hey, why not give Mariota a shot? Because we're getting mistakes anyways. We're getting inaccurate passes anyways. The offensive line is not going to be able to block to give Carr time. And you saw the first half of this game. The offensive coordinator, Greg Olsen, was scared to call any play where Carr has to hang on to the ball.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I mean, yeah, I'd agree with it. Sometimes I don't know if it's whether that or if it's just Carr getting the ball off too fast. I don't know if it's that or Carr just throwing the ball too fast. I don't even really care about talking about Carr, bro. Like, I'm past the Carr conversation because people will say, oh, put in Mariota. If the thing is, I don't care if it's Carr, if it's Mariota, if it's Zach Wilson, if it's Aaron Rodgers, you need talent. At the end of the day, we need talent. Bro, we are losing talent at a faster than we get it. Like, how do we do that? How do we, as a football team, we lose talent faster than we can get it? We trade Amari Cooper. He was our best wide receiver. Crazy something happened to Ruggs, but we lose Ruggs. Those are 2 first-round wide receivers. You don't see Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, all these wide receivers getting just out of nowhere, just gone off of their football team. You seen what happened to the Cowboys today when Amari Cooper was out with COVID. And then people were saying, well, CeeDee Lamb went out with a concussion. And it's like, yo, who gives a shit? They still got Michael Gallup and Cedric Wilson. Michael Gallup would be wide receiver 1 on our football team.
Yeah, and they got 2 great backs. They got 2 great backs, too.
Exactly. So, and then my other point is, you could see a team like the Rams, because this is my thing. You could see a team like the Rams go and trade for a Matthew Stafford, and everybody will be like, oh, Super Bowl favorites. All of a sudden, they're Super Bowl favorites. If we were to go trade for a team like trade for a Matthew Stafford, we would not be Super Bowl favorites.
No, we would not. We don't have the squad. Without Ruggs, we don't have the squad anymore without Ruggs. I'll agree with that. But at the same time,
my point.
You have to have a contingency plan. Ruggs could have easily tore his ACL. And then so it's like, okay, I put that on the GM. I put that on Gruden for not having – because John Brown was the backup plan.
Yeah.
They pissed him off enough to where he left, right? If anything, just kind of get him involved in the game plan just to not piss him off so he doesn't want to leave. I think that's what they should have done with John Brown. Unless he was so whack that where they just said, who cares? Go ahead and just get released, you know? Mm-hmm. But, yeah, I do believe the absence of Ruggs is huge. We no longer are an appealing team in terms of weapons. I also still put this on the absence of Gruden, though. I actually think it's bigger than Ruggs because we won a good amount of games last year without Ruggs. Yes, Ruggs is a decoy. We have a decoy that we could use. I just feel like the play calling in general was terrible. That first drive when Dan Levitt got the fumble, and then we do one run with Peyton Barber, who knows why he's in the game. We do one run with Peyton Barber, and that's his only snap of the whole game, by the way.
Yeah.
And then we do a little freaking screen flat to Waller. He gets cracked. And then another screen to Jacobs, and it's just like, what is this play calling? We were on the verge of scoring, and then you get a field goal, and then the turnover just doesn't matter anymore. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't matter anymore. Now that wasn't on Carr. That drive was not on Carr.
That's the thing for me personally. I think it's hard, man. I'm like, I'm to the point to where it's like, Carr, you need to do something. That's just how I'm feeling, bro. That's just how I'm feeling. I'm like, Carr, you need to do something. Like, fuck that run. We cannot run the football. Just have him throw it 50 times a game. That's how I feel.
Or fuck the screen.
Throw the ball 50 times a game. We're trying to use all these other things to make up for the run game. Our run game, the thing why I don't want to talk about Carr is because people are like, oh, you're trying to defend Carr. I'm just talking about the rest of the team. I'm literally trying to ignore the Carr conversation and talk about the rest of the team. But when you do that, everybody will say you're making excuses for Carr. And it's like, I'm not talking about him. I'm not talking about Carr. I'm just talking about our team as a whole.
Right.
I'm saying you're saying our rushing attack. Nobody wants to talk about Josh Jacobs in our rushing game, but it just comes back to Carr. And I'm like, go look. If you could, I pulled it up on my live. You look up the game cast. You look up the box score, and you see that the running. Just look at the differences in the game, right? Time of possession and running. Oh, wow. If I knew a little bit about football, I would know that because you can run the football, you can hold the football longer. But I don't think people actually understand the game of football. They're not educated as a fan of the game. They're just educated on what colors they like.
That's true. Well, I mean, I do agree with that. People are being extreme, and Carr feels like getting rid of Carr feels like the answer to solve all problems for a lot of people. I do agree with that.
Forget Carr for a second, man.
No, I'm forgetting Carr for a second. You're right. We can't run the ball. But I mean, is that on Jacobs? Is that on this offensive line? And if so, I do agree with you. We should be a team that does 55 pass attempts a game because the first 4 weeks, that is how we won the game, right? And a deep ball attempts, that has totally gone away. Mm-hmm. Where is that? And you know what? You don't really need to run the ball this much in the league to still do play action. People have talked about this so much that teams still fear play action even if you don't have success running the ball. I mean, it's just a straight up fact at this point, especially when you already have the reputation of somebody like Jacobs. So, I know, like Jacobs is definitely not making an argument for being re-signed to a top. So basically, we discussed Thursday, Jonathan Taylor or Josh Jacobs, who's better. I think it's pretty clear after today. Who
See what I'm talking about, Wi-Fi? We just had a conversation just a couple of days ago, and see what I'm saying? Like 4 touchdowns to Jacobs probably had 4 yards.
yeah, dude.
Like,
it was pretty rough.
Maverick 13 says, who touches the ball on every down on offense? The center and the quarterback. Avoiding the car conversation is weak. If you think I'm avoiding the car conversation, you must be a new Raider fan or new to YouTube. I've already obliterated every car conversation you could possibly have. Like,
the thing is
like
here's the thing: horse. We don't know if it's Carr or not unless someone else gets a shot. If Mariota gets a shot and he's clicking, I mean, you're gonna have a hard time explaining to that locker room that we would have clicked also with Carr. But if Mariota goes out there and it's just as shitty, then you're like, look, it's not Carr. So I think that's a problem, is because Carr, like any starting QB in the world, does not want to give up any snaps to anybody, right? Mm-hmm. But we'll never know for this moment right now if it's Carr or not, unless we give Mariota the shot. And I think you're right. I do think you're right. Like the running game, non-existent. Here's the thing: people are saying that if we had the read option threat of Mariota, then that opens up the running game. That's the Chargers game. There's Chargers game. There last year. There's proof to that. Colton Miller,
bro.
When Sanjeet interviewed Colton Miller, he agreed to that. Do you remember that? It was like this past offseason, and Sanjeet asked Colton Miller, does the read option with Mariota give you guys advantage in the running game with Jacobs? And he just said, yeah.
What would you think he would say? Do you think he would ever say no?
I think if I was him and I wanted to be like neutral, I'd be like, yeah.
It's Colton, because I asked you, do we? Because remember, I also asked you, do we have a leader on this team? You didn't say Colton Miller.
No, he's not a leader. He's not a leader.
You said he was on the team the longest, but you don't see him as a leader. Do you think he would sit there and say no?
Yes, I think he could have. I think he could have said Derek Carr gives us just as much as an opportunity in running the ball.
I don't see it like I just didn't see it like that. I don't think Miller's psychology was thinking like, oh well, no. Because when you say it like that, it's almost as if you think Miller was saying it opens up the game, and it was a diss to Carr.
It seemed like it. It seemed like it was a compliment to Mariota for sure.
I thought he was just saying, yeah, I think it does, because Mariota's a good player. He's just saying, yeah, I don't know, politically correct. I took it that way. But even if that's the case, right? Even if that's the case, was this team built for that? Is that what this team was being built for?
No, this is not Arizona. That's true.
I mean, that's just kind of my point. That's just kind of where I'm coming from right now. So,
I get where you're coming from because go ahead, sorry.
I don't really, at this point, it doesn't matter if it's Carr or not. Let's bring in Mariota. Have Mariota play the damn game. I seen him last year play against the Chargers. It looked cool. We lost, but it looked cool.
He threw a pick too, didn't he?
With I think a minute and 30 seconds left, he threw a pick.
Yeah.
The Chargers returned it to our 30-yard line. Herbert fucked up a couple times. They kicked the field goal and missed. We went to overtime. Mariota couldn't score in the red zone.
Right.
I remember we did the tape on it. We literally did the same fucking red zone plays. We just did the same shit. Mariota couldn't get in the red zone, and we lost in overtime because we kicked the field goal.
Yeah, so we didn't go for it then. We went for the field goal. And then Netway got burned, I believe, right? By Johnson, who's on our team now. So, I don't know. I don't think he's going to be a big impact. But, yeah, you're right. We are supposed to be a team. We're supposed to be like the Colts. We're supposed to run the ball a shitload and then take some shots. That is true. Yeah. But our O-line, 2 of them said, screw the Raiders, basically. I don't want to be here anymore. And now we got all these young guys who, for the majority of the year, have been the worst graded offensive line. Like like PFF, even though if you don't agree with it, like that's their reputation. That's what people say about them. They're a bad O-line.
Yeah, and it was like you were saying earlier, the only way you could really conduct an actual experiment, right, is just to take the anomaly, just to take that one subject out. You would take out Carr and you put in a different variable, right?
Right.
You would take one out, put the other one in, see what happens. That's all you would do. And if we're good with Mariota and we go on, see, the only way for me to think we're actually good, we would have to go out and win. How many games we have left? About 7?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, 7 games because we
Yeah.
played 10. We would have to win 5 of those 7 games and make the playoffs for me to be convinced. If he goes out there and he's 500, say he goes out and wins the first game. If he goes out and wins that first game, everybody's going to be emotionally driven and be like, "Oh, he's the answer." Blah, 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 blah. But then the rest of the year he's going to be mediocre. We go 500 with him. Then it's going to be like, "Oh yeah, I told you Mariota." It's going to be like he went 500.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't know.
So what do you think about Carr in the press conference? I mean, I don't remember the exact quote, but there is a line in there where he's kind of like, "I'm frustrated being a part of the Raiders when they haven't turned this around yet."
Yeah.
And it seemed like he was kind of like blaming the situation. I mean, I don't know. There was one comment he made in particular. I don't have it. Maybe some people in the chat will know, but he definitely looked frustrated. And the way that he says, "Oh, blame it all on me," he says it, I think, kind of sarcastically. Where he's like, "Oh, blame it on me," even though it's not all on me. You know, it feels like that. So
I'll be honest. I think he's just fed up, bro. The thing is, I like Carr. So when he goes out there and he's talking, I'm thinking like, yeah, bro, there's been a bunch of crazy shit going on. Like, I don't blame you. Yeah, y'all been losing. This organization has been down, and you're trying to be a part of it while it gets turned around. You've been thugging all of this stuff out. You've had so many different coaches. You've seen so much from an organization that no other player in the NFL has ever seen. Like, I understand. I can see why you'd be frustrated. You feel me? But at the same time, and then also, he knows that the fans are split on him. You know that he knows.
Always are.
You know, even at the last game of Oakland, I think they were booing him and booing him out the stadium.
Oh, they threw trash on the field. Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. Fierce Raider 88, he says, "Do you blame Carr for being frustrated?" Fierce 88, don't you dislike having Carr as our quarterback? I think Fierce Raider 88
he's neutral.
Neutral? Okay.
He might be. I don't know.
I don't think he's a Carr hater or nothing, but I just don't think he's a big fan of Carr.
There's a good amount of people who think it's his fault because
yeah, the whole nation is split.
The whole nation split, and I will say that there was some. I think some people are messaging me, maybe to hop on, but there were some people who I think, or there were some plays where early on in the game where I thought, okay, first off, just the straight up. I don't know if it's a play calling or it's Derek Carr, but there was instances in the game where it's just like he's not going deep, and he just goes to his first read. He does not hold on to the ball. The whole game, I felt in the first half, he did fear getting sacked. Yeah. And then when he finally got sacked, he got sacked twice in this whole game. When he got sacked in the fourth quarter, I was like, okay, well, that's why. I mean, the thing about the fumble, and I think this is why people are frustrated, because it's always key plays that frustrate people, even if it's not logical, even if it's not rational. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The way that he fumbled, Fierce Raider says he supports Carr in there. The way that he fumbled in the end of the game, though.
Oh, he's a Carr lover.
So he's a Carr stan. Okay. I've been a Carr stan. I mean, in the offseason, I was a Carr stan. And look, and this is something I was saying in the beginning of the show. We were all on Carr's nuts the first 6 weeks of this year. All of Raider Nation was on Carr's nuts. And Gruden's nuts for a little bit until the Chargers game.
No.
Until the Chargers game.
Yeah, even when we won the first game, what was I saying? I said, this ain't sustainable. You cannot win games like this.
But that was a knock on the defense mainly.
Everybody was no, I wasn't knocking on defense. I was knocking it on the whole team and lack of talent still at that time, man. And when everybody, like you said, when we were 3-0, people that got so emotional, screaming and yelling, making a fool of themselves, saying they hate Derek Carr. When we were 3-0, all they were saying, we need to extend him right now. We need to extend him right now. Blah, 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 blah.
$50 million a year.
He's in the MVP race. Crying like a fucking crybaby. But then all of a sudden you lose a couple of games, then you flip sides. And it's like, bro, be consistent in your argument. If you watch football, you're going to like a person for those reasons in the game. You're not just going to sit back and be like, oh, we won a few games. Now it's MVP. You need to extend him right now. Blah, blah, blah. No, bro. I was saying even then when we were 3-0 that we didn't have talent. It's not sustainable. Carr cannot go out there week in and week out throw 3 touchdowns and 350 yards. It's not. You can't do it.
We can no longer do what we were doing in the first. Yeah, the first half of the year, you would see Carr with no running back, 5 wide receivers, and then sometimes just freaking go. You know what I mean? And get completions. It just seems like we can't do that, anymore. Either it's the play calling, either it's the lack of adjustments. I mean, you are missing your head coach still. You are missing like literally the most important eyes that he had the majority of the first portion of the year. But you also don't have your receiver. So I mean, I could see still why people are frustrated because the play is like the fumble though. The fumble, yes, the game was already kind of over, but you can't fumble the ball when someone just attacks your legs. Yeah. I mean, the guy barely had his ankles, and he was hitting nowhere above the waist at all. And the fact that he fumbled that ball is gonna it's gonna make people concerned because I'm concerned because we need to throw it deep. I mean, it's very clear that we need to throw it deep. And it just seems like we won't do it because we're so afraid of Carr getting sacked and fumbling the ball. Not only is Carr afraid of this, but the offensive coordinator is afraid of this too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, definitely.
People are saying that you're bashing at. Dude, he is not bashing at you guys. If somebody has a different opinion on the Raiders, raid the tape, go follow him, subscribe and like if you haven't already. He's just giving you an opinion. And look, this guy, he's breaking shit down every week. He knows what he's talking about. So anybody who's upset at his comments,
people be like,
he's got a certain criticism.
Someone would yell at me, be like, "Oh, you don't watch film, blah blah blah." I've literally got to argue with someone. Someone told me to go watch Raid the Tape because I was wrong. I can't make this shit up, bro. Someone told me.
You need to go check out Raid the Tape.
Yeah, they was like, "Oh no, bro, watch this video. You're wrong. Raid the Tape, blah blah." I'm like, "Oh shit," you know what I mean? Because okay,
dude,
because on
Facebook
I look different. It's not affiliated with my YouTube. You know what I mean? Or when I'm on Facebook, personal Facebook talking Raiders. This dude tells me, go watch Raid the Tape. You know what I mean? This film. I was like, oh shit. But he's all what he said. This guy just keeps bashing at us, dude. I've been a Raider fan my whole life, bro. I could bash this football team every single day until we win a damn playoff game. I don't give a shit. I remember when I was in elementary school wearing a Tim Brown jersey. We lost to the Bucks and got our ass whipped. And I go to school and everybody bashing on me. So so don't sit here and say I'm bashing on the Raider Nation. Fuck out of here, man. I've been a Raider fan for a good long minute. I can't bash this team, bro. Like,
dude,
any Raider fan can't bash this team, yo. Like, we have the right to.
It's been too long. It's been too frustrating and too long. You have to bash the team at this point. Now, I think the thing is people don't like where you're bashing.
We could boycott and we could be like, yo, no. The fans are choosing the next first-round draft pick. Like, is there any way we could do that? I guarantee
there should be a vote.
The fans would have made a better pick than Damon Arnett. Guarantee you. If we would have took the poll, if we would have took the chat right here, everybody in this chat, and we took a poll on who we wanted to draft in the first round, I guarantee you we would have better draft picks in the last 4 years. Guarantee you, bro.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing we have to wonder. This is what we don't know. We don't know if Netway was a Gruden pick or a Mayock pick. I think everybody wants to just say it's a Gruden pick because fuck Gruden, he's gone, basically.
Give Mike Mayock the benefit of the doubt. And
yeah, but
Gruden
we don't
was
know.
In control. I mean, everybody knows Gruden was in control.
But like I've been saying, I believe 2019 Gruden had more control in the draft than 2020. Because think about it, 2019, it's Mayock's first year. You're not going to let this guy just do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
2020, you're like, you know what? You had a dope 2019 draft. You got Crosby, you got Renfro. I'm going to let you have more control. To me, I just think that makes more sense, but we don't know, and I don't know. This is just guessing. Straight up. All right, so Eclipse.
We don't know.
Huh?
My biggest thing is it's more than Carr, man. It's more than Carr, and people just want to have that conversation. It's like, bro, look at the draft picks. Like, we go into every single draft. Can you imagine being the quarterback, right? Imagine if you're Mariota and you're now the starting quarterback, right? You're starting quarterback of 2022 season. You're going into the offseason. You're watching the draft. You're watching your team draft. and you're like, fuck, we need a wide receiver. I need a wide receiver. I need better blockers.
We need two. We need two wide receivers.
Exactly. And we
yeah.
go out and make some funky draft, and you're a quarterback, and you're like, yo, what the hell was that?
And I love Brian Edwards. I love Brian Edwards, but you bank on a third rounder who's had injury issues to be your number 2 receiver, and then you don't really have a backup plan. To me, I agree with you there. I'm like, what is that?
Is it Wi-Fi? I'm trying to say, bro, these teams, if we want to be a good organization, if we want to be a good football team, y'all, we have to stack talent. Like every single team you name has talent, and we don't have that. So even if we have Carr, even if we have Mariota, even if we go draft Joe Burrow, the fucking Bengals still drafted Jamar Chase for him.
Yo, they are stacked. Once they started going, even on defense, besides the D-line, and Hubbard looked like whooped Leatherwood and freaking Parker's ass a couple times. They did stack talent.
Even after taking a quarterback first overall, bro, the very next year you take a wide receiver in the top 10, brother. Think about that. They got T. Higgins. They got Tyler Boyd, and they still get a first-round draft wide receiver. And this is what I'm saying. They have
because
Joe
you need
Mixon,
that.
and that's what I'm saying. They got 3 wide receivers. We have to do this. So,
no, I always felt like that we were trying to do like our offense was always like the way that we thought about it is Gruden's going to have a thrift store offense. I feel like every year it's been like that. Besides the AB year where that blew up in our face, 2019 was the only year where we went out to get weapons on offense. Like AB, Tyrell Williams that year with Renfro would have been elite. Like that would have been awesome. But other than that, every year I feel like Gruden and the thinking is like, well, let's see if Gruden can get it done with a third rounder. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or some random people. Let's get John Brown and Willie Snead in here. Like,
yeah.
But no, like the Bengals, why not have just like 2 first rounders?
Yep.
As your starting receivers, and then Tyler Boyd, one guy who's like, I think he was drafted early. I don't think he was first round, maybe.
I think he was first round, but he's solid.
He's dope. Yeah.
He would be Would you? I'm not saying he will be. I'm gonna ask you. Would he be wide receiver 1 on this team?
Well, I think he's
Tyler
too
Boyd.
similar. I think he's too similar to Edwards. He doesn't have the speed, so I don't think he fills the void of Ruggs because it's very scheme based. I believe in our team. Now, do I think he could beat out Brian Edwards? Yeah. Okay, I think he could beat out Brian Edwards. I'll say that.
I'm gonna look up Boyd's stats compared to Edwards.
I mean, Edwards has no numbers. We know that. He's had 2 80-yard games this year.
But I mean, he has been starting for he started this year.
He started every game. He's never been out any game.
He's a starter. Tyler Boyd is a starter.
Yeah.
Or Tyler Boyd is a starter.
Well, I think he's kind of their third string. He's not a slot, though. He's not a slot.
He's number 2, number 3.
Yeah.
But
it seemed like when they went 3 receivers, they moved him outside.
But Edwards right now, is Edwards number 2 or number 1 for us right now?
Edwards is our number 1. You're right about that. He's our number 1.
So Tyler Boyd. Yeah, he's already doing better.
Dude, people are heated about Derek Carr. Even some of our other Raider YouTuber guys. I'm not going to name names, but
this dude right here, he says G War B. Who's the car lover on the right? I'm ready to tape. If you want to go dislike my videos, make sure you at least view it for like 5 minutes. Go through the advertisements and dislike it. Then leave a comment. Help me out with the algorithm. G War B.
Yeah. Actually, hate actually helps too.
Yeah.
Hate actually does.
It's funny
help.
when people like this, G War B will say, "Who's the car lover?" And it's like, bro, I'm not even talking about Carr.
Everybody wants to bring. I do agree with you with this.
Why do you guys want to continue doing this?
If you bring up something else, people just think you're talking about Carr.
Making excuses. That's my thing. If I don't say, oh well, we got to get rid of Carr and go get something else, then people think I'm making excuses. I'm saying even if we get rid of Carr and we go get a different quarterback, we still need talent. That's all I'm saying. This is what's so frustrating with Raider Nation and these people in the chats is that you can't even say that anybody else is bad besides Carr, or else you're making excuses. And it's like, brother, I'm just trying to talk about something else. Like the fact that our rushing game is that bad. Why is our rushing game 29th when our identity is based off running? This is what kind of style offense?
People say we don't have the O-line anymore. People are saying, when you don't have the O-line anymore, you got to adjust. And I think We were killing it when we passed second most in the NFL. That's when we were killing it. We do need to do that. But whenever we pass, we can't get anything either. So, I mean, I'm playing the devil's advocate to you.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Mahomes hasn't had a running game. Mahomes hasn't had a running game majority of his prime years. But he has a great head coach, a lot of weapons. What?
Do they run the same offense?
Hell no, they don't run the same offense.
Did they take a running back in the first round, or did they take a quarterback in the first round?
They took a running back in the first. Well, yeah. So what? You think we need to take another running back in the first round? Is that what you're saying now?
No, I'm saying the flip side, that we don't have a first round Patrick Mahomes. You know what I mean? We didn't go get Orlando Brown from the Ravens. We didn't upgrade our offensive line. We downgraded. We lost Rodney Hudson. We lost Gabe Jackson. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, we got a worse O-line for sure.
UCLA right tackle.
By the way, I'm trying to just get this up here for you guys to go support Raid the Tape. I think I need to increase the font size, though.
Pete Walker says, Raid the Tape, do it as a high school coach. Dude, I'm still in high school.
You're still in high school? Wait, so somebody else is saying, okay, I have totally trying to do an advertisement for Raid the Tape, and it's totally bad. But, hey, you guys can go argue with him about Derek Carr. I'm typically the Carr lover, so I'm also typically a Carr stan. But whenever I'm around Raid the Tape, I'm always like, I always feel like I have to do devil's advocate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's why I am still bringing up the stuff that people are saying, you know?
But you were saying that I'm saying that the running game is bad, and your response is what?
My response is, well, hey, the first 4 weeks of the year, they said, this is PFF article, Raiders are passing the ball second most in the NFL, and we were doing really well. You know what I mean? We were doing really well. Yes, it wasn't sustainable because we had to go balls out all the time. You're right about that. But our offense was better then, so I'm just thinking maybe you just have to change. You have to be one of those teams that passes all the time. You have to turn into that team. And we've seen other people do that. We've seen the Cardinals historically do that in recent time. We've seen the Chiefs do that. Yes, our offense is primarily built around running the ball, but at the same time, we have adapted some of the Chiefs' style of play calling. We have got similar weapons to them. We have built our offense to replicate some things they do, with Ruggs especially. So I still think, yes, we are one-dimensional because the run is bad, but I also think there's other teams who are one-dimensional sometimes, and you still got to get it done, or else people are going to be asking questions.
But what is our identity, though?
Our identity has changed. No,
don't do that now.
No, I believe. I believe it.
My thing is, what is our identity? Don't say our identity changed because it sucks now. What is our identity on this offense?
So, the way that I looked at it is that we were similar to the Saints with Drew Brees in his heyday, which is, multiple receivers. Yes, get the tight end in the mix, but we target several receivers. And even this past game, not this game, but last week, I think the announcer even made a comment like Carr's hit 10 different receivers so far. That's our identity, I think. No number one guy. You mix it up in the passing game, hit different receivers. But I think going into the season, we didn't think that was our identity. We thought we were a run-first team. Exactly. So that's why I'm saying it changed. That's why I'm saying it changed.
No. But that's why I wanted to hold you with the change. We did not change our identity. We didn't change our identity. You just don't, oh, this is our identity, and then go into it, and all of a sudden, that identity that we had, right, it sucked. We did not have that. That's why you're saying it changed. That's why you're saying it changed. When we can't run the football, when we aren't playing that West Coast offense, when we aren't being able to smash them right in the mouth, push the pocket, push the offensive line, push them forward, that's why you're saying it changed. Our identity is still smash mouth football. We still have the same identity. Offense hasn't changed. We have to be able to run the football for this to work. And that's why I said at the beginning, we're passing the ball a lot. Carr's putting up 3 touchdowns, 350 yards a game. This isn't sustainable. This is not going to work. There's no way this is going to work. And this is what happens. And then people are like, oh, you're a Carr lover. No, I think I just like football a lot. And I'm paying attention to what's going on. Even if Carr's doing good, I wasn't giving him all this praise. I never said once Carr was the MVP candidate when he was doing all that.
You never did? I mean, I did. I'll admit that I did.
I didn't say that. All the Carr haters that were on YouTube, they were, extend Carr. Carr's an MVP. I did not say that. I said, you know what? Settle down because let's give it a little bit of time. We're 3-0. Everybody's a little happy right now and just saying everything. So, that, you know what I mean? So, I think it's just funny when people be like, you're a Carr lover, but when he was at his highest, I wasn't boosting him up. I said, no, settle down. This isn't sustainable. When I was saying that, it was like, oh, now you're not a Carr lover? So, I think it's just funny.
People are too one or the other, though. People are too.
Yeah, it's inconsistent.
There's no gray area.
It's inconsistent, but I don't know, man. I just think that we need talent, bro. This organization doesn't know how to pick up talent or keep talent. You know, it just doesn't know how to keep talent. Like how many cornerbacks have we drafted and we have yet to have a career corner? You know what I mean? Our career defensive back. We got Carl Joseph, Gary Conley, David Arnett, Jonathan Abram. I guarantee you,
Mullen.
Jonathan Abram's probably not going to stay with us.
No, he's
Mullen,
not.
maybe. I can see Mullen staying with us. So Mullen will probably be the longest defensive back we've had in the last 10 years.
Yeah, and then, you know, the thing that really, like, Faison had a great game today, but what bugs me is why is Faison able to come off the street and just start? And same thing with Perryman. Perryman's been an MVP this year, but I was thinking, why was he able just to come off the street 1 week before the season and then start? Like, where is our depth on our team?
In his defense, he came from the Panthers.
He came from the Panthers, yeah. But no, I'm just saying, like, yeah, in his defense, he was traded, but he was traded for cheap. He was traded for like a 6th round. Yeah, so he was basically going to get released either way. So my whole thing, I was like, what was going on with Kwiatkowski where he's just getting beat out by this guy instantly?
Yeah.
What happened to that guy? And yeah, corner, Faison, why is he just starting over our whole entire depth? Like, to me, it's just what's up with that? Hayward, yes, he's been great, and I think he did great today. And I think the defense generally did great. Abram, obviously, he's not a first-round pick. I mean, you know, the defense still did well, but, I mean, why not put Levitt in for Abram at this point?
I'd rather have 2 Mirigs and have the second Mirig just play strong safety.
Right. Somebody who could at least go into cover 2 sometimes, because Abram can't go into cover 2, and it's annoying. Because it's like, all right, we can see you're in cover 2.
He's too one-dimensional.
Yeah, he's too one-dimensional.
And even the thing he's one-dimensional at, he's not even like all there 100%. You know what I mean? Like, you're not causing fumbles this year, brother. You're not hitting people hard this year. I feel like him toning back and controlling himself kind of took away that chippiness. Like, I haven't seen them. I remember last year, dude, the very first game, Christian McCaffrey got slaughtered, bro, like twice.
Yes.
I was like, oh my gosh, call the police.
Yeah, no, that shit hurt me. No, I know what you're talking about. And yeah, dude, he has changed. And in the Chiefs game, I just remember back in the day, him getting all in their face, Kansas City's face. Yeah. And now it's like, where's that energy?
First 3 rounds.
Most definitely. And so I'm just worried about the talent. I'm just worried about the talent of this football team. Not even the Carr thing, because like I said, I don't even want to get into that. I just feel like I don't care who the quarterback is. We got to have talent. Every good football team has 2 wide receivers.
They
have 2 good wide receivers, like, for sure. I know some people will say, well, we have Waller. Okay, well, then we at least have to have one other freaking top 30 wide receiver. We don't even have a top 30 wide receiver.
No, we don't. No. It has gotten worse week after week as far as the rankings are.
And what you were saying earlier when I brought up the run game, you were saying, well, the offensive line, they're not blocking as well. Was that same offensive line blocking for the quarterback? You know what
That's
I mean?
true. They are better pass blocking than they are run blocking.
Yes, I will give you that. Most
I thought they would be better at run blocking because of Leatherwood's history, but that shit's changed. You know.
But I agree with Michael B. in the comment. He says Carr looked disinterested, like he didn't care. I want to say he didn't care. I would say, but he does look like he's checked out, bro.
He had a vibe.
Never said that, but
he had a vibe like he knew like it was not going to work out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to get to this guy's super chat, Unholy Roller Frankie. Frankie had a hilarious comment earlier where he said, "Start Peterman." So that one was pretty good.
Start Peterman.
Yeah. But what he's saying right now is, what 3 positions do we draft in the first rounds? In the first 3 rounds, so first, second, third pick. I mean, most of the chat would say quarterback.
What quarterback?
I know. I don't like any of them. I mean, I don't even like Fresno State's Jake Haener, and he's supposed to be top 5.
Like, bro, okay. Let's just say we could go back last year, and we had the very first pick. We'd have Trevor Lawrence.
Exactly. We're a worse team in that situation, for sure. Maybe you get more flags because he's a superstar, celebrity. Maybe that's the only benefit that you could possibly get.
But do you see us winning more games with Trevor Lawrence?
No, I think. But do I see us winning more games with Mac Jones or Justin Fields? That's the actual real question to ask, I think, because those are the two successful draft
Justin
picks.
Fields, he got the Bears, bro. Would you say the Bears, his company with the Bears, is better than ours, or ours is better?
I think Carr has more weapons than Justin Fields.
Than Darnell Mooney and Allen Robinson and Herbert and Montgomery?
I like Mooney. I don't think Herbert's as good. Montgomery is banged up. I think their O-line is still bad. I mean, they got Corey Peters starting, dude. He's like 40. I don't think they have the greatest O-line. I think Mooney, Goodwin, Robinson, I think his heart's not in it because he's on a franchise tag year. And then Mooney and Goodwin, they're just one-dimensional speedsters. I think they would work in our scheme. I think if we had Mooney or Goodwin.
So you think we have more talent than the Bears?
I think we have more proven talent than the Bears offensively. They do have better wide receivers because Allen Robinson automatically, but Waller's a game changer. Moreau's great. We have 2 running backs who last year were top 20, top 15. They don't have that. And Montgomery's not. He's outside. He's top 20. He's not top 15.
Oh man, you're killing me, man.
But I like him.
Everything you're saying about Jacobs right now, the Bears would be saying about Montgomery.
Jacobs does need to win me over because look, I have been saying that this Jacobs.
Are you gonna make me fact check this, man?
Fact check this if you want. But here's what I will say, and here's what I said early in the year, and I'm gonna post this clip up. I was saying that Jacobs doesn't have a future with the Raiders because here's one thing that sticks out to me about Jacobs. When he tweeted that the Raiders were wrong about his injuries. So you remember Bisaccia said that Jacobs was injured in a press conference, and then Jacobs goes to Instagram or Twitter and says, "I'm not injured." That to me shows is he trying to cover face so he can get a contract from somebody else? Like he's definitely not happy with the Raiders, and the Raiders don't seem too happy with him because Peyton Barber going out there in the first play, paying money for Drake, that just shows you're not for sure our guy in the future.
Most definitely.
But I still think
Montgomery
better O-line, he might do well.
Who, Jacobs? So you were saying, with that point right there, you were saying that the Bears have a worse offensive line. So with
in the run. No, I think they have a worse offensive line. All around, yes, they have a worse offensive line.
So wouldn't that mean that Montgomery should do worse than Jacobs if he's not as good as Jacobs?
Depends on what's going on in the game situation. I think the Bears run the ball a lot more than the Raiders. The Bears run the ball a lot more than the Raiders. Look at Justin Fields' attempts. Look at Justin Fields' attempts. Because I did my report prior to the Raiders versus Bears game. Justin Fields has games where he only has 16, 17 attempts. So they run the ball a shitload. So he's going to have better numbers there.
But, I mean, if the attempts are the same, because here he has 20 attempts for 60, 13 for 63, 16 for 108.
You're talking about Montgomery, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying Fields has little attempts, so they're just running the ball more. They're getting more opportunities to run the ball.
But I'm saying when you only compare Josh Jacobs and Montgomery and their carries are within the same range, it wouldn't really matter based on the attempts of the passer if the rushers' attempts are the same. So
Jacobs had 8 attempts today, and then he hasn't had many attempts because we're always losing. He's had 80 attempts on the year, shitty yards, 296.
Montgomery's had 96 for 430, 4.5 average.
So he has 16 more carries and way more yards. Okay. That's like a game's worth, though. To be fair, that's one game's worth. 16 attempts.
Yeah, but he had he's had 2 games over 100 yards. And one of them was only on 16 carries against the Rams, bro.
That is pretty good.
Look at Wi-Fi. Jacobs hasn't had a game over, 80 yards?
All right, so you think that Carr would do better with the Bears squad than the Raiders?
Yes.
Right now.
Right now.
Okay.
With what the Bears have, yes.
Okay. On offense?
Yes. Yes. I
Alone,
think
not
he would
counting
do better
defense?
on the
Okay.
Bears.
Because the
Not-
Raiders have a
not-
better defense than the Bears right now, in my opinion.
Not 5 weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, the Bears are all banged up.
Yeah, Max
You know
out
what
for
I
the
mean?
whole year.
They had a Max all messed up. I believe Hicks was out. Even when we played them, Hicks was out.
Yeah.
Allen Robinson on a franchise tag. They got some things going on themselves. I'm just talking about.
Raider Andy wants to pull up. Let me tell him the password. Forgot.
Oh, yeah, tell Raider
love
Andy
to see what
pull
he
up.
has to say too.
I'll be on here for a little bit longer. I know Andy likes. I know Andy. I'm not even gonna say what Andy likes and dislikes.
Yeah, we'll let him speak for himself. And
Yeah.
then, I mean, I'm down to, if Andy joins the show, I'm down to be on here a little bit longer. But I'm also okay. Wi-Fi, the password. Oh shit.
he's a password.
I was about to
Say that
say the
loud.
password online.
He's also a secret. It's encrypted.
Oh yeah. This is my ghetto version to have guests on though. I'm not paying for StreamYard, bro. I'm gonna see how this shit works out.
I was like, this dude crazy. You guys be over here floating on the screen in Vegas.
All right, so people were talking about I don't miss Gruden at all. I'm gonna get rid of that poll because we kind of abandoned the poll. We had 13 votes. People I think were more concerned about the rigging, the fixing last game, but this game was on us. This game was on. Okay, so here's the thing. You would still agree, Raid, that this game is on the offense. You would still agree with that. Yo, Andy, I think you got to rotate if you can hear me.
But
Oh,
I
cool,
say
he's
this
got-
game is on the offense.
You would still say that the reason why we lost this game is because of the offense. Would you still say that?
Yes, most definitely.
Most definitely. Okay.
Yeah.
Andy, can you hear me?
It was on the offense for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this little format. Okay,
This
cool.
shit is confusing.
All right, Andy, I can hear you a little quiet. Maybe just
Hold
say, let's test it. But
Yo, you can hear me better now?
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you better now. A little quieter, but still good. So I saw you in the group chat. I didn't have a time to respond or take a look at it, but obviously, like all of us, you're pissed off too. But
Definitely, bro.
you're more like, okay, me personally, and obviously we know where Raid stands. If we follow Raid, we know where he stands, right? In this,
Yes.
I'm still
Me too.
saying
I
give
think
Carr another shot, give him another game, and let's see what happens. What do you think?
I say give him a half, personally.
Give him a half.
Yeah, because me and Raid with this DC, we're usually hand in hand with this shit, right? Usually, always. And sucks that it's came to this point, bro, because I never thought it'd get to this point. Ever. I've never seen DC look like these last 3 games. And it's been these last 3 games. I saw him look the same against the Giants. I saw him look the same against the Chiefs. I'm going to be so real. As far as Derek Carr, man, I mean, I say give him a half. If you're already out of the ball game by the fucking third quarter begins, see what you have in Marcus Mariota. The motherfucker's not the future, but see if he can prove to us that we have something, bro. Because DC, with the circumstances that he's in, he doesn't have an offensive line right now. Actually, I don't even want to give him that excuse because the offensive line kept him clean. They kept him fucking clean.
2 sacks. 2 sacks.
At the fourth quarter, this shit was fucking done. We were already down 16. We were done at that point.
I'll give you that.
All right, and we didn't even do it. We didn't do nothing with the ball.
Yeah.
We did fuck all. I mean, I just think that last week, or what was the Giants game, where we get put on the 30-yard line and you don't put the ball in the end zone. This week you get put on the 8-yard line, you don't put the ball in the end zone. There's
That
only
first drive.
so much. There's only so many times that I will blame that on the offensive coordinator before I will blame it on the quarterback himself. This week, you are rolling out. I understand it's a tough pass. It is 3rd and 6. I understand. You're rolling out. Darren Waller had his fucking DB boxed out. Completely boxed out when he's rolling out. At least 2 yards of separation, Derek Carr threw the ball away. I know it's a hard pass, but you don't do that shit. You don't. Your defense kept you in the game all up into the fourth quarter. They, fucking 4 sacks, a forced fumble. Bro,
In my opinion, the defense kept us in it last week too. The first half.
They kept us in it in every single game.
They did.
If it wasn't for this defense, we would have got blown out against the Ravens. If it weren't for this defense, we would have lost to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Every single game. The only game where I really saw this defense really get torches last week. But that was more one player getting his shit fucking done in, and that was face on. They picked on that man every play.
Wait, here's what I'll ask you though, Andy. Okay. Now, I am sympathetic to a lot of things you're saying, actually. But I think the question is, there are these key plays where you see somebody open, Derek Carr throws it away. But do you think generally, here's our starting receivers, here's our starting wide receivers. Forget tight end for a second. Zay Jones, Bryan Edwards. Do you think those guys are getting open regularly?
Absolutely not. But
They're
here's
not.
what I will say, Wi-Fi. Here's what I will say. Derek Carr has done more with less. To say that right now he's playing his best football is false. And right now we have a defense that can finally keep us in games. And if this is the performance we're going to see from him, we can't have that. We can't. Truthfully, we cannot. It sucks because I wanted DC to stay here for fucking ever until this mother was 55. I don't give a fuck. I wanted this man because I saw what he brought to this team. But what is the thing that we always said for DC? Give this man a defense that is competent, he will perform. He's never had a top 20 defense. This year we're ranked 14th. We're ranked 14th.
I mean, 2 weeks ago we were 6th.
And at that point, you have a top 10 defense 2 weeks ago, a top 20 defense this week. I can't, bro. I've never seen DC look this way ever. Last week, I felt like, or 2 weeks ago, or wherever it was it was last week. You're only down 10 points in the third quarter, man. All you need to do is extend a play for 6 yards, and you keep the drive going. Instead, he chooses to not try and outrun a defensive lineman that's fucking 150 pounds heavier than him. And he throws it up. You don't do that. You don't. It's a 10-point game at that point. It is a 10-point game. This week, you throw a pick. That shit was embarrassing as fuck, bro. Graf literally called it.
Yeah.
Down 6. He said DC is throwing a pick right here.
And that was the opportunity. But but here's the thing though. Right before that drive, he gets a touchdown in 3 plays.
Bro,
so we got to talk about the good with the bad. So I mean, and I think you're right. He's making mistakes these past few games.
But guess what though? If we're looking at this right now, obviously what's gone on, the circumstances, no other quarterback in this league is going on what this motherfucker DC's gone through. Nobody.
Right.
Nobody. But I feel like at this point you've gotten 3 weeks to suck it up. You've gotten 3 weeks or 2. Let's say you say 2 because by this week you were supposed to perform, right?
And the bye week too.
And the bye week, man. I mean, look.
No, you can't even. How can you say the bye week when someone literally died and you lost a player during the bye week?
I'm just saying for time's sake. I don't personally agree with this point because I think between Ruggs and Gruden, and especially what Tim Brown said recently on Twitter about the situation they had that was similar, I think this shit. I mean, I think most rookie QBs would crumble, and DC's actually doing pretty well, considering it. And I actually think that it's way worse than we think it is.
Here's what I will say though. Here's what I will say. DC is these performances are extremely uncharacteristic. He's over 10 interceptions on the season. You do not see that. His ball security is much better usually.
That used to be why he's good. Because we were talking about this earlier. It used to be you take Mariota, you don't take Mariota over DC because DC is safe.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you're not safe, here's what I don't agree with, man. I understood DC. He's not gonna run the ball, but he's gonna put the ball in a place where only his receivers can catch it. 2 weeks in a row he hasn't targeted a receiver in the first half. I understand your receivers aren't getting separation, but why is it until the third quarter that you finally give Zay Jones a shot deep? Why? It doesn't make sense. If you know that your offensive line isn't going to give you time or isn't going to open up holes, as a quarterback, you have to understand, I control this game. I need to make something happen.
Right.
And bro, this is so weird that I'm saying this because, like I said, DC was my guy through and through. I was ready for this man to get an extension to save us money to go get Devontae Adams. But, bro, Raid always said it. Ray always said it. Each time we talked about a quarterback, the most overrated fucking stat is yards. Only thing that's keeping him in any sort of conversation right now of a decent quarterback is yards, because his touchdowns are not up there for any other quarterback in the league. His interceptions are middle of the pack because the man is turning the ball over. He's turning the ball over. And it's really weird. It's really weird because the fact that our defense is 14th and we've never seen this before and we're not getting it done, it sucks. And that reflects on one guy. Obviously, your offensive coordinator is a big, big deal. Obviously.
And the lack of weapons.
Yes, and the lack of weapons. But we've seen this man do more with less.
That's one thing. That's
Trevor
one
Davis
thing I
looked
will
like the
agree
GOAT
with.
for a while with DC. But go
I don't-
ahead.
We've
I don't
seen him
think-
do more with less. When did he have a Darren Waller? When
did he have less though? And do more.
What's it called? When bro was fucking getting what's his name? Lee Smith. I think he's with the Buffalo Bills. He made that man into a competent player, bro.
Trevor Davis too.
Trevor fucking Davis.
No, I'm saying, when did we see Carr do more with less? With less than what he has now, but he was doing more. And keep in mind the running game and the offensive line. Rodney Hudson, Trent Brown, Richie Incognito, Colin Miller,
last year we
Dave
didn't have those
Jackson,
guys.
Josh Jacobs being a Pro Bowl running back, top 10 in rushing. When did we see did DC have these things or not? Or did he have an offensive line that were all first year experienced guys
last year the
outside of Colin
offensive line
Miller?
was worse.
Here's the reason why he has less talent. And I want to get to this super chat. And I want to ask you guys, because this is something that I feel like everybody avoids. I brought it up a couple of times, but I just feel like we keep dancing around it. Old Man Raider Nation brought this up in the chat too. So was a lot of people, which is like the number one thing we lost this year is our head coach. And you can say that, maybe DC had more talent this year, or maybe, he was better this year with less talent. Let's just say Andy's right. Maybe we can say 2019 was less talent. I don't entirely agree. I kind of agree with Raid there. We had a better running game in 2019.
Same talent, we have less production this year. Same talent.
We had a better running game the past 2 years than this year. That's a fact for sure. But receiving game, receivers, you can make an argument, maybe.
That's where I come from. And then also with the passing yards, I've always said that as well. Like with the yards, I don't really believe in the passing yards because it's not a measuring. But when you look at the stats and you see that, not right now, but I believe it was just about 2 weeks ago, Carr was about middle of the pack when it came to touchdowns, but he was top 5 in passing yards. But our rushing was
like top 2, right?
Our rushing was like 29th in yards, but it was top 10 in rushing touchdowns.
Okay.
So it was like so when I would look at that, it's like, okay, just do the math, obviously. And then you figure, you'll pass all the way downfield and then you just run the ball in. You know what I mean? So, but outside of that, I think this offensive line dictates a lot. I think the offensive line dictates a lot.
But losing this head coach, though, that's what the super chat's getting at, though. Losing the head coach, how much of an impact does that have on Carr? I mean, do people really believe?
A lot.
Do people really believe that not having Gruden there, and not just from a strategic standpoint, not just from play calling, not just from opening up the playbook, but psychologically, whenever Carr was down, he looked there and Gruden yelled at him and pumped him up and gave him confidence. It seems like he's missing that. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, I would definitely agree because we talked about it the last live when I was saying there's nobody out there to put the thumb down on somebody. You know what I mean? There's no Gruden. Even Jacobs came off and said, you can kind of feel those a little bit more relaxed in the pressure. I think it was the first week after Gruden was out. He's saying it's a little bit more relaxed, blah, blah, blah. It's not as tense or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. And we don't have a John Gruden. And that's why I was saying, I was telling you Wi-Fi last time, but I was telling Wi-Fi, Andy, that do you think, Henry Ruggs, that happens to him if Gruden is still the coach? Me personally, I don't think so. I think Gruden is on there. Ruggs in his mind is like, oh, hell no. You know what I mean? But I feel like that part of it we're missing. Gruden's halftime speech, just going out to the field. This dude is literally an entertainer. You cannot replace that. You cannot. And then going to him on the sidelines, someone being fiery, yelling at the referees, all in your ear, yelling at the linemen. Like, he would be on the sidelines yelling at the linemen if they jump offline. He's got all this
is my
mother
thing
effort.
with,
You know what I mean? So I definitely think that. And then the catastrophe with Ruggs, it's like it's a lot to overcome. But if I say that, I try not to say that. But if I do, then I'm making excuses. So
Here's
how
the thing,
far?
though.
So you know what I mean?
Here's what I think is that with those two situations, I think it goes beyond football. I feel like he obviously lost a head coach. He obviously lost a great threat in Henry Ruggs, but he also lost two good friends. One that he knew for however much time, and the other one that he knew for 2 years, and he really practically saw this kid grow up, right? So yes, this dude has gone through a whole lot of shit, but I feel like he's kind of going back on his word than what he said after John Gruden left. He said, at the end of the day, I have a job to do, so this is not the time for me to express my feelings. I will have a time and a day to do so. Right now, I feel like those emotions, those reactions are overcoming him right now. And obviously, you can't control that. You can't. Nobody expected us to go into the season. Literally, none of this was expected at all.
Nobody predicted this shit.
So yes, it is a lot. But for you to have however many weeks it's been, and you're clearly underperforming to your standards, and your defense is doing what they need to do in order to give you opportunities. Hell, these last 2 weeks, the opposing teams has had double our plays on offense. You are not winning games like that at all. I understand the Chiefs put up 40 last week, but when you give the Chiefs double your opportunities, they're going to put 40. They're going to put 40 on the board. Simple as that. But
even if the defense is really good.
I mean, it's
I feel you. I feel you on that. We're talking about the motivational aspect. We're talking about. Do you think Mahomes is this good without Andy Reid though? That's the key question. Like, because people like, I feel like if the Chiefs had this situation, there'd be more of an excuse for it.
If
Do you guys not
they
agree?
didn't have Andy Reid and Tyreek Hill,
that's huge because Ruggs is our Tyreek Hill. That is true, and Mahomes does look worse without Tyreek.
I think you could just use Tyreek Hill as you could just say Andy Reid because I think that Andy Reid impacts the game more than Tyreek Hill. Personally, I do. I think that guy right there, you want to talk about an offensive mastermind, it's him, right? Him and Eric Bieniemy. And you kind of have to look at it that way. Our offensive coordinator and head coach was John Gruden. Greg Olsen didn't do shit. So you also have to take away Eric Bieniemy from Patrick Mahomes, right? And would I say he's better? No, I don't know because they were doing worse. They were doing worse than us when we lost John Gruden. So we really don't know. It's kind of the opposite situation, right?
We did play some trash teams, though. So here's the thing. Everybody was all high on Rich Bisaccia, and everybody was saying that.
Trash-ass teams.
And people were saying that we were better without Gruden. A lot of people were saying that because we beat the Eagles and the Broncos.
I said this, bro. We would have had practice the day Ruggs got into that shit. Simple. Simple. This motherfucker, he gave him, 8 days off? Fuck out of here, man.
I agree, Andy. I think in the group chat, I even asked, did they have practice today? I said something. It was something weird. And it was like, damn, how many days did these motherfuckers get off?
8 fucking days?
When they have problems. When they have problems. Like, they don't need days off. Like, even then, they had problems.
Yes. and then the Arnett thing. So...
Fuck, the Arnett thing, I honestly could care less.
He wasn't a factor. It was just a cherry on top, right?
But this is the thing. This is the thing. Even though he's not a factor on the field, that's a first-round draft pick. That could have been a player. So even though us as fans were like, he wasn't good, so who cares? Good riddance. Motherfucker, that was a first-round draft pick we gave up for Khalil Mack.
Hey, Raid, bro. We're Raider fans, bro. We're used to this shit. Like it sucks, bro.
John Gruden's popping up. He's saying, sure, go ahead and blame it on me. But go ahead.
I'm just like, hold everything accountable. Don't let things slip and just be like, because of this or because of that or blah, blah, blah. No, man, we have a 29th rushing attack with the first-round running back in the backfield. Why? Drake is getting paid.
man,
Drake is getting paid enough money to run the ball.
What did Drake have? He had like
mean,
one attempt.
I mean, hey, look at this, bro. I said this because I know Raid and Wi-Fi are both in the same group chat when we were all getting on X's head about Kenyon Drake and Josh Jacobs. The first week we had an improved offensive line was the Broncos week. Kenyon Drake popped the fuck off. He popped off, right? And from then, I was looking at Josh Jacobs differently. And every single time I see this man run the ball, bro, you don't have the speed to be bouncing shit outside, my bro. You don't. These defensive linemen ran a 4.6 just like you did. Only thing is, they got 100 more pounds on you. Don't try that shit. Don't. Sorry.
Yeah, last week it stood out.
Go up the field, man. Go up the field. It's as simple as that. I seen Jacobs lose a total of 8 to 9 yards today, trying to make a play and bounce it outside instead of just keeping it at a gain of 0
North and south,
just falling on the line of scrimmage. That shit hurts. But at the same time, we've seen. I mean, I don't want to make it about the rest, but holy shit, the penalty margin is so lopsided right now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's too crazy.
It's ridiculous.
Jacobs rushed 9 carries for 37 yards, and Drake went 5 carries for 23 yards.
So I don't want to pin the whole thing on the refs either, but I did notice the first half, Joe Burrow was getting fucked up. Like Joe Burrow, he was limping and shit, and he was fucked up. And
defense was on his ass.
We were resting Crosby and Unique. We were putting Nassib and Farrell in, even when we were messing up. In the second half, they can't touch him, and there's no penalties. That's gonna piss people off, man.
Shit, bro. Offense didn't do shit at all. Now here's my thing. Obviously, DC is a million times better passer than Mariota, but at the same time, fuck, bro. I've seen Mariota extend a play on the sideline to Foster Moreau rolling to his left. I have not seen that shit from Derek Carr. I have not. I don't see DC extend plays like that. And it sucks, bro, because this man, we all know what he's capable of. We've seen him do it. But right now, what we've seen these last 3 weeks, you're only as good as your last game. He has been bad.
Could he do it, though? Could he do it? So here's the thing.
No,
we hate
I
DC. We've seen this happen for 2019, 2020, the collapse. Atlanta game last year, 2019. I think that Chiefs game when we were pushing 6-4 in Arrowhead, he gets rocked, picks. Could Derek Carr turn it around? Could he turn it around against the Cowboys? They just got their ass whipped by the Chiefs. Amari's not playing, or is it just a lost cause at this point? Because like you said, we've seen what he could do. So why not with more time with people like Deshaun Jackson? Why can't he do it again with this team?
Bro, he looks like he don't want to be there, bro.
Who?
Carr.
Yeah, he don't.
He doesn't. Like okay. They always zoom in on his face, and he has a very emotive face. So, what makes you
but
think
the presser though, Wi-Fi. Was this presser different?
Bro, the man.
His presser was different.
The man said, "I'm tired of this shit. We've been doing it for 20 years or something like that."
Exactly.
He did say that.
He sounds like a fan.
He sounds like he's talking about the organization. Definitely not talking about because when he said 20 years, he's like that means he's like, I'm not just talking about since 2014. Since I've been here. Yeah. Because it is an organizational problem.
That is a bro. I'm telling you, that is directly at the higher above, bro. Directly, you guys are not bringing in enough. And I here's the thing. Raid said it the other day, bro. As much as we've been getting by, this money management shit is horrible. It is horrible. You let your center go, and you're still paying him basically 95% of his salary. You fucking bring in Carl Nassib, and you pay him $9 million. You bring in Kenyon Drake, and you're paying him $11 up to $13 million. I don't know who's managing this shit. I don't know if they. It is bad. It is bad.
That's not smart.
We are consistently restructuring contracts with Corey Littleton. We are restructuring contracts with Jalen Richard. Our shit right now is just fucked. It is fucked. It is not.
And the thing is, people are like, "Oh well, we couldn't have signed Mac. That's why we let him go." Blah blah blah. That was bullshit. That's a lie.
You heard DC talk about that, right?
DC called out the org on that.
Yeah.
He said, me, Gabe Jackson, Rodney Hudson, all structured our contract in a way for him to stay.
But hey, Gruden's defense is that Mac, no matter what, didn't want to stay.
Fuck out of here, man.
They
There's
said
no way.
he wanted to be the highest paid defensive player in the world, which he was. He got paid, and they just didn't have that money.
And that's deserving after you come off of 2 defensive player of the years on a rookie fucking contract. It's deserving.
No. He deserved the bag. He deserved the bag for sure.
My thing is, are we never going to pay a player?
That's what I'm saying about Waller. Do you really trust this org to pay Waller at this point? Or pay Crosby?
I think Crosby
yes.
paid.
Crosby's going to want Mac money because he's playing that well.
No, hell no.
Yes,
no,
he is.
No.
Yes, he is. He's just not getting the sacks. He's just not getting the sacks. Huh?
He's not playing anywhere near Crosby's level.
I disagree. I think he's playing better.
Bro,
than
I
Mac
remember watching Mac close in 2016. Khalil Mack closed 4 games single-handedly, bro. Literally took the ball.
But those were
out
always
of,
against trash teams with trash O-lines. He did it against Denver and Carolina. Those aren't
he
good teams.
Bro, he single-handedly beat the Jets. The Jets. He caught an interception. He caught an interception against the Panthers, bro.
But those are all teams that are trash.
What about the strip sack against
Carolina was going to
Flacco?
the Super Bowl that year.
Who?
What about the strip sack against the Ravens?
Strip sack against the Ravens.
No.
Joe Flacco was on the downhill in that time.
Bro, he did it 4 or 5 times in the season, though. If we had one guy do that for us in 2000, if we had one guy do that for us last year where he could just close the game instead of the offense marching downfield to score in the last minute, we would have had another 2016 season. But we didn't. It was hand in hand. 2016 was Carr, but it was also Mac. Mac would close the game, and Carr would lead us downfield. It was like a hand in hand. That's why I like Carr, but I also liked Mac a lot because they were a perfect duo. Mac held down the defense, and Carr would hold down the offense. 2017, it was rough. It was a little thing. We had to bounce back. We were learning to win. You need to stick to keep together.
Yes,
what do we do? We blew it up. And look what we're doing 3 years later, blowing it up. So when you talk about losing Gruden, it's not like losing any other head coach. Name one head coach right now that is literally everything on your team.
It's like losing Belichick.
Oh, exactly, bro.
But I want to hear what Andy had to say about the Mac thing.
No. Because look. Mac was not just the closer. He wasn't just the pass rusher. He is miles above Max against the run. And we see it.
Last year you could say that. Yeah.
And we see it, man. Max definitely what his play warrants a lot of money, but Mac was the complete defender. He was gonna stop the run. He was gonna rush the passer, and he was gonna win you games. That's what you pay a super contract for.
No, I think he's done great, but I think we haven't seen Crosby be able. Crosby was not as good as Mac against the run, especially last year in 2019.
When has Crosby closed out a game?
Here's the thing. This year especially, Crosby hasn't had the chance to close out a game like Mac because we don't have 2016 Derek Carr and we don't have 2016 offense. So, in the first half of the year, when we were beating the Ravens clutch, when we were beating the Steelers clutch, everybody was on Crosby's nuts too. And he was still leading the NFL in pressures and was leading in QB hits. Huh?
That was Nassib that closed out that game, brother.
With the fumble thing, yeah. But I'm just saying, generally, he was getting pressure throughout the time. So
I totally agree.
I think Crosby's just as good as Mac. Like, for me, especially at this point in their careers, you definitely take Crosby over Mac. And I think we have a high opinion of Mac in his heyday because the whole team was doing well. Like you just said, it wasn't just Mac. We have Crosby. We have Crosby playing as well as Mac right now, in my opinion. We just don't have the offense doing as well.
Look, what Ray was saying between the relationship and Carr is bigger than what Max is putting up in numbers. I don't think that Derek Carr will go up to Max Crosby and say, hey, I need you to do this, and he does it. I don't think that happens. I think that it's bigger. Their
same draft class?
Yes. It was bigger than just the player side of football. It was, I got you, now you got to go get me.
He was a captain. Yeah.
I don't think Max is doing that. I think that Max is doing that for Yannick. I think those two are doing that. That's the level what Yannick and Max got is what DC and Mac had. where
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it for you, you got to do it for me. If I fuck up, you better clean up my fuck up. That's exactly what it was. But Max is not closing this shit out like how Mac was.
You know, to that point, that's a good point, Andy, and just try to bear with me when I explain this. So you see that relationship between Carr and Mac, right? They were in the same draft class. Those were guys who were supposed to turn around this franchise, right?
Yep.
Then you move forward. Gruden comes in. Who are the guys that were supposed to turn around this franchise? Who are the three guys? You guys can see. You can just picture it in your. You can see the picture in your brain right now. It's like stamped in your brain. The three guys, right? Where is that connection there? It's not there. That connection is not there. It's not like that.
Oh.
But then you look at Max and you look at Yannick. It's like they have a better connection than Abram and Klee have. It's a better connection than Mullen and Abram has, or Mullen and Klee, or
It's almost like our defense is just clicked up with certain people.
With new people.
Yeah.
Yes.
But here's
like
a quick
Abram didn't have that guy, and then Trayvon Merritt came in. Suddenly they're
Yes.
both
Quick joke. 2019, the three people who were supposed to turn this around, AB, Incognito, and Perfect. Those are the three people who were supposed to turn this around. I had to say it.
That is tough, man. I mean, I don't know. Well, Wi-Fi.
But it's crazy. Every time we start with the wide receiver one, they end up not our wide receiver one.
Yep.
Every single year. Tyrell Williams.
Yeah.
Henry Ruggs. Antonio Brown.
Jordy Nelson.
Oh,
Cooper.
Just think about that. Jordy Nelson was really our best receiver at one point.
And Brandon LaFell towards the second half of the year.
Oh my God! Can you imagine? And people really gonna see her? I don't compare real life to Madden. Okay, I don't. But if you get on Madden and you choose the Raiders and you go look at their receiver core and their offensive line,
you're fucked.
Dude, I've been losing. I've been losing. Ever since Ruggs is gone, I've been losing.
It's like, yo, I need to start. I got to make some trades. I got to cheat. I got to beat the computer.
No, head to head, I can't win against people with the team anymore.
But could you imagine? Like,
somebody right now on live. Hold on. No,
what were you gonna ask, Andy? You're gonna ask a question now.
Yeah. Because you started off when I came in as do I give DC another game? Right? Do I give DC this Thanksgiving?
Oh yeah,
game?
I haven't even touched on this, but
you
said a
like
full
I
game
said,
and you said half a game. So we
said
got a
half.
full game and half a
Wait,
game.
I've been holding in my pee for so long. I'm gonna whiz real quick and be back in like 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I'm going with half, man. I think you got a half to show that I need to snap out of this bullshit and be competitive. If not, guess what? We got a 28-year-old Samoan that's gonna try and do something. Because you got to give that man a shot too. I mean,
Damn, Mariota's 28.
Yes.
Why is his hair so gray? No,
So,
I dead ass thought he was older. I mean, I got white hairs. I'm not capping or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, damn, I thought he was way
Samoans
older.
actually get gray hairs quickly.
Damn, I must have a little Samoan in me or something because I got gray hairs too. I'm young.
Yeah.
But I personally, let me turn this down. Personally, I would start Mariota now.
Okay.
But
So-
don't wait till after the Cowboys game. This
Okay,
Cowboys
so look,
game is probably more important than any of the games coming up because this is going to be our hardest competition.
Yep.
And if we really
this
think
is-
Mariota is going to be able to make a difference and win us a game, then he needs to go in immediately and play this
Yeah.
game out of any of the games remaining. Of course, we know we have the division rivals, which are the division rivals. But if we really think we're going to try and win, if we're going to actually try and think that taking Carr and putting Mariota in is going to be the key, then why would we wait till after the Cowboys game? This Cowboys game is crucial. This is one of the toughest games remaining. This is probably the toughest game remaining since the bye week. Like this is the
I
one
think
we
the
all been
Chargers-
looking for, and
I
it's
think
on
the Chargers-
Thanksgiving. So, I mean,
If we lose
why
one
would
more
we wait?
game, though, like the window's closed. I think.
No, why would you wait though? Like, what is the difference between waiting after the Cowboys game versus doing it now after these three performances? If you think Carr hasn't been doing well, I'm just trying to figure that out.
What I think people would argue is that he needs more first team reps, but there's a flip side of it, which is why I think this is why I think he did so well in the Chargers game last year. Besides the pick,
They weren't ready for it.
They weren't
No
ready
scheme?
for it. They weren't
They
ready
weren't
for it.
set for it. And
So
honestly,
maybe that's an
I'll-
argument too. You jump him in last minute.
But the thing is, for me personally, I don't even think he did good because of they couldn't practice or scheme for him. I don't think that's why, because I don't remember us really calling a lot of plays that were different from what we normally did. He just held on to the ball. Obviously, he held on to the ball instead of giving it to Jacobs, which Carr could do the same thing, which Carr's not a runner.
Yeah.
But Mariota is a runner. So that's really the only thing. Outside of that, you look at our red zone attempts. When Mariota was in there and we were playing the Chargers on our red zone attempts, we were still ass. We were still garbage. Mariota was still bootlegging out and trying to freaking make it to the pylon and then throws it out of bounds because he has no more to go.
He also jumped over 3 players to get his first touchdown, though.
That is something that Tannehill does too, and it's something that we are missing. And Burrow.
That's not what
I said this earlier.
Carr was going to score a touchdown. He wouldn't try to jump or anything like that. So you've never seen Carr jump in the air and try to jump over people.
Here's the thing.
That's exactly what I'm saying, because Carr doesn't put himself in a position to jump over people. He doesn't.
Well, he's not that kind of quarterback. He's not a scrambling quarterback.
I agree.
My point exactly. Yeah. If you clearly don't have the skill on the outside, you have to make something like that happen, because you now have to be the playmaker. If you know that your guys around you won't make that play, so you have to put yourself.
I don't agree with that. That
You're
doesn't make sense. That's like bringing in. But the thing is, that's like bringing in drafting Mac Jones and being like, well, the fucking team sucks. You need to be mobile now.
I've seen Mac Jones scramble for more first downs this year than DC in fucking 3 years. Bro.
I don't know about the thing is. First of all, I don't know about that. But second off, my thing is he's not that guy though. That's my point. That's my point. That's almost like saying, why is Josh Jacobs bouncing it out? You're not that kind of runner. You see what I'm saying? That's like saying, Josh Jacobs, why are you bouncing it out? You're not that kind of runner. Well, Carr, you're not that kind of runner. You want Carr to run, but then you'll say, oh, he fumbles every other game.
But Carr can be that guy. Here's my argument. Carr ran a 40 time the same speed as Mitchell Trubisky. And it's not like he weighs under 200 pounds. And Joe Burrow, they have the same size.
Don't use it.
And here's my problem with it. You saw Cleveland Farrell fail to get the sack against Burrow, and he broke the tackle, and he got the first down, and that was a huge play. And Carr just doesn't do that. And I agree with Andy a little bit on here.
Because look, why did we score coming out the half last week with Bryan Edwards? Because DC on first fucking down stepped up and ran for 9 fucking yards. When there was no 9 yards to be made elsewhere, he made a play. That is what I'm saying we lack. If Marcus Mariota is going to try and do it at least, I can respect it at least. But if I'm seeing DC not even try, that's what pains me with this man, because the man is fast. He just don't use his speed. He just doesn't use it.
The 40 time, but I get what Ray's saying.
So, huh? I mean, he's not a scrambling quarterback, so I just don't think. I don't know. That's just me. I mean, he's not a scrambling quarterback. When he sees opening, he'll take it, but his mindset isn't running. He don't really think about it. Could he be better at that? Yes. But then at the end of the day, it's like saying, can Mariota be better at fucking throwing the football and decision making? Yes, he could. Would Mariota make that seam throw to Bryan Edwards in that cover 2 over the linebacker? No,
I don't know, but
that's an interception.
I seen Mariota throw a 57-yard bomb over the shoulder to Darren Waller. So, I mean, it goes both ways.
No, my God, bro. I mean, that was
one
bro,
game.
You're gonna use that one example. You act like Mariota. You act like Mariota hasn't been starting for a Titans team before.
Bro, that was
Ryan Tannehill. He got benched for Ryan Tannehill, and Ryan Tannehill threw 4 interceptions today against the Texans and
Carr still
lost.
has the most 20-plus yard completions in the league. We need to push the ball downfield and punch that damn thing in the red zone.
He's nowhere near the passer that DC is. But judging off the 3 quarters that we did have, I've seen him make a throw that DC can also make, you know? So I'm just judging it both ways.
I don't see Mariota making any kind of throws Carr can make. That's far fetched for me.
Okay, so
maybe running.
Here's what I think.
But
go ahead.
No.
Okay, but we can also say the same thing, because in that same game, he also rolled out to the left, scrambling with a defender running after him, and finds Foster Moreau on the sideline and throws a fucking perfect pass.
So then why did he lose? Why did he throw an interception with 2 minutes left to go in our own field?
We can say the same thing about Derek Carr the last 2 weeks.
No, there was only two. We were playing the Chargers. There was 2 minutes left. I believe it was a tied ball game. He throws the interception with 2 minutes left.
We've seen Derek Carr do that.
When?
Well, today he threw the pick when we were down 6, bro.
Was it tied? Was it a tied ball game in our own red zone?
No, it was not. No, it was not.
Okay, that's what are we talking about here, bro?
Okay, here's the thing that I was
ball game against the Chargers. Mariota throws an interception. It's a tie ball game. Mariota throws an interception. They intercept it, take it back to our side of the field. Then we go in overtime. We get the ball first in overtime. We get down into the red zone, and we still not able to score with Mariota. What are we talking about?
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
But if you're saying that
we got 2 drives. We had 2 drives to win the game against the Chargers with Mariota in. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else. I'm saying we have seen Mariota play. Let's not act like we haven't seen him play.
Yes,
but if you're judging him on that game, he played well. Generally, okay, he had 1 bad play. And look, I'm not for Mariota starting, by the way. But I just to play the devil's advocate, I will say he had 1 bad play in that whole game against the Chargers. Didn't even get first team reps. And what I will say, I think Ray the Tape, there is a point that you're making, which is you're not going to expect Phillip Rivers to scramble, right? But you got to have the team to actually facilitate that. We don't have a rushing attack like the Colts did last year. We don't have an O-line like the Colts did last year. And a mobile QB, a lot of people are saying, do we think he's going to be healthy for 17 weeks? I don't know. But let's just get to this question, though, because the Super Chat's been here for a little bit, which is Carr still has the most 20-yard completions.
All I know is that I'm up 13-0 on the Cowboys right now in the online head-to-head. I think Wi-Fi, you're just bad at Madden.
Maybe. I need to sub in Deshaun Jackson. But Carr still has the most 20-yard completions in the league. We need to push the ball down the field, punch the damn thing in the red zone. So, not going deep. Whose fault is that, not going deep? Is the coordinator or Carr? Sorry, Andy. What were you saying?
I said it was glad to see Waller
Mariota
back.
gets hurt.
Motherfucker actually did something. But I think going deep is just maybe DC is not comfortable with what he has. I think he might have really gotten comfortable with Ruggs, and you don't have that comfort. And DC, I mean, we've always seen him preach it to his receivers, right? It's either you or nobody. So if he really believes that Deshaun Jackson is going to fuck up, he's not going to throw it. He's not going to throw it.
And they're not giving Deshaun any snaps.
I feel like that's what he tried to do last week when he was getting hit. He was just trying to throw that thing up.
Yeah.
But
and everybody got mad. You got Zay Jones is running out of bounds.
That ball was that ball catchable though on the sideline?
I don't think it was catchable, but I think Carr's putting it where Zay Jones was, and Zay Jones was running out of bounds. You can't run out of bounds and come back in.
Hey Andy, I think your game or something's messing up the audio.
You can't run out of bounds and come back in, but the thing is, people keep thinking I'm trying to defend Carr when I'm talking about Mariota. I'm not defending Carr. Like, quit that. Like, quit it. I'm not talking about Carr anymore. I'm talking about Mariota. He is not the answer. It's not going. I feel like it's not going to change anything. Like, what are we doing here? Like, putting Mariota in, I feel like is just having Zay Jones start at wide receiver. It's like having Andre James start at center. It's like having Brandon Parker start at right tackle. It's like having Brandon Fashion Faison starting at corner. Okay, yeah, they're cool. I mean, they're cool. But then when it fucking matters, someone's going to pick on them. And it's going to be ugly.
It feels like throwing in the towel.
I mean, if we thought Mariota seriously, if we thought Mariota was the answer, then why the hell would we have Carr starting at the beginning of the year? Why did we wait until the week 11 to want to have Mariota start? You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to figure this out. Carr's not the answer. If Carr's not the answer, Carr's not the answer. Mariota's not the answer. What is the answer at quarterback? That's all I'm saying.
I think people want to just see. People need to see, like I said earlier, people need to see it to believe it. I personally, I think Carr could be the answer for a lot of teams. I think with what we have right now and everything that's been going on this year, I do feel like it's not going to work out offensively. Unless something radically changes, the defense is going to have to win us every game, going forward. And they almost won us the game this week. And here's another thing, too, and I think this supports what you're saying. This is why I also don't think Mariota is the answer. This is Boy George Strait saying, look, Mariota gets hurt. I don't see Mariota doing 17 games. That's one thing. Carr's been healthy. You got to give him credit for that. All right, I'm trying to get Andy back in here. I think he's buffering a little bit.
Well, it's like someone's like, "Oh, rate the tape is very dumb." People are so nice in the chat.
Oh my God! Come on, guys. People can have different opinions than you, bro. Come on. That's why they got menus. People choose different options. You know what I mean?
My thing is though, whenever I say something, nobody can dispute. So it's kind of like I'll take it with a grain of salt. Like, give me something to debate. Like, I'm dead serious, bro. Who is gonna be our quarterback?
Here's the thing. Do you think we're gonna make the playoffs this year with Carr? Right.
Yes, I think wild card. Yes, I said that at the beginning of the season. I said I'm sticking to it. This is the thing. I stick with what I say, bro. I stay consistent. People will be in the middle of the fucking season and change everything they said at the beginning of the season. Like, bro,
right?
That's not what you said 3 weeks ago. And then the 3 weeks before that, you said something else. You said you liked Willie Snead and John Brown. They will replace Nelson Aguilar or something like that. Or week 4, Derek Carr needs an extension right now. He's an MVP, blah, blah, blah. 4 weeks later, Derek Carr needs to go. He needs to leave, da-da-da-da. This is what I hear all year. And it's like, okay, I could tell who's consistent and who's not consistent. And that right there is annoying. I feel like me being consistent hurts me in a way because then I'm not agreeing with the flow of traffic. I'm not agreeing with the masses because I'm just sticking with what I said. I like Derek Carr at the beginning of the season. I thought we would be 9 or 10 wins and we'd go to the wild card and be in the playoffs. I still think the same thing. I said all these things. I said the offensive line and wide receiver core were my biggest issues. I told Andy this.
Yep.
These were all things that I said at the beginning of the season. I'm not just going to change all of a sudden now just because my feelings are all into it. No, football is still football. I've seen years of this football before. It's not going to change just because 8 weeks later we're losing. No, I still think we're the same football team I seen at the beginning of the season. Now we lost Ruggs. We're only that much worse. So that's kind of how I see it. It's like, I'm not going to change up, bro.
You are definitely consistent with what you say. And I definitely was saying extend DC in the offseason. I said that. That was more of a reason because I wanted more cap to bring in people in. And after week 4, I was preaching even more because of the level he was playing. Right now, with everything that he's doing, that's not on the table for me. So yes, I will definitely raid. You call me out on that bullshit because I definitely said that shit. Definitely said that, man. And I wish I never did, but bro, like it's tough. It's not it at all. DC is not it at all, man.
I do think one thing that we didn't predict though, everybody, including myself, I did not expect the defense to be this good. That is one thing. I did not think Casey Hayward was going to be this good. I did not think Nate Hobbs was going to be this good. And I didn't think we'd have a great 4-man pass rush. Huh?
I think we'd be right there in the middle of the pack. I think me and Andy even said that. We'd be in the middle of the pack when it came to the defense.
Definitely though, DC thought in the offseason, he's not the dude right now. Definitely not at all.
So let's just get to these super chats. So Devin, this is a good one. People just pissed. Carr is the answer in my opinion. So he is siding with Raid. No,
don't say that. Don't say that. I don't think Carr is the answer. I never said that.
You don't think he's the answer, but you do think. Okay, you think he's an upgrade over Mariota though.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is, for me, I don't see this football team as needing a quarterback. I see this football team needing receivers, a better offensive line. That's it.
Oh yeah, hey,
that's what I see.
Doc's been saying after the fucking Giants shit, DC was not the dude. So, credit to him because I was still believing.
I mean, that's easy to say after the Giants game.
But he was always kind of hinting at it.
You said we're weirdos.
Yeah, the couple people don't like Carr. I mean, I also think Sanjit deep down doesn't like Carr as much.
No, Sanjit doesn't like Carr.
Yeah.
Every game day, me and Sanjit text going back and forth.
Yeah, but that's been obvious.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. But Carr, I mean, okay, I still think you can't write off Carr because he's had 3 bad games. But I do think if we're going to rebuild anyway, what better bridge QB? Say if we're going to rebuild, we lose, we don't make the playoffs, it's shitty, offense still can't get going. If you're going to rebuild and have a bridge QB, I mean, Mariota is a way better bridge QB than someone like Taylor Heineke for the Washington football
definitely.
team, or even Bridgewater, in my opinion. So
But that's
there's
what I'm
there's an
saying,
argument for
though.
him to start towards the end of the year if we're losing, I think.
No. But here's what I'm saying, though. At the same time, Taylor Heineke had a great fucking defense in the playoffs going up against Tom Brady. But I seen Taylor fucking Heineke coming off of some college classes extend some plays that DC will never extend.
He does have McLaurin, though. We don't have a Terry McLaurin.
They don't have a Darren Waller. So
Darren
what?
Waller gets covered by the best corner, and then there's nothing else. There's nowhere to go from here.
But that's what I'm saying.
We need
though,
to
like,
have a
with
love
DC,
/ Rogers thing with
great
Corral.
passer, even though these last weeks has not reflected that. Mother, he does not extend for shit.
Miami game he did last year, a little bit in the first half of the year. It's definitely gone downhill. But here's one. I just want to go to some of these super chats because I'm a little lagging on it. Defense had too many crucial penalties. I think you can't. I just don't want to talk any shit about the defense today. I mean, I think you can't. You can't.
And I feel like last week, shit was said when I had said that I felt like the defense did enough up to a point for us. That shit. The defense definitely did enough until our fucking offense couldn't do shit, and we lost the game. We lost the game. Simple as that.
They did get walked over.
Graf says I'm a clown, but Graf, you was the one saying extend Carr.
No, I said extend Carr.
Graf, you're the one. You say I'm a clown, but you're the one saying extend Carr.
Hey, we can
Bro,
all.
You were saying he was the MVP and extend Carr. Come on, how are you gonna sit here and say that?
We were all on our teams. Yeah, whenever we're doing well, we're usually all
when
on it.
when everybody was saying that, I said this is not sustainable. This is not going to continue.
But I will give Graf credit. I will give Graf credit. In the offseason, he was critical of Carr.
I didn't say that specifically, but I do remember saying that you're putting too many passing plays on film in the first 3 weeks for this to work down the stretch. But I don't know.
Defense had too many crucial penalties by Jackie. I just don't want to miss Mike Hawk. We need to have a Love / Rogers thing with Coral. I think he means Carr. Maybe draft a QB, and Carr is still on 1 year, so there's that.
QB this year.
Huh?
Don't draft the QB this year, man.
There's not too many. My guy Jake Hayner from Fresno State is like one of the best QBs, and he's not too hot, to be honest. So I could see not wanting to get a QB this year. But Mike, thanks for the super. Boy George Strait, Carr is as good as his offensive line. The Rivers conversation, I think this makes sense. Rivers needs a good O-line, and he plays great when he has one. Maybe Carr's the same. What do you guys think?
No.
I mean, would you say that about Josh Jacobs in the running game?
Yeah, you
could say that.
A great offensive line helps everybody. But shit, my sister just got home from here to Sacramento, so I'm a dip. I'm out of here.
All right, peace out, Andy. Thanks for chilling.
All right.
Yeah.
Hit me up,
bro.
dude.
Yep, definitely.
All right. Well, and graphics having a good time, but we could all have our differences. And the thing is, Raiders fans, there are recordings of everything we say, so you can go back and check just in case.
Yeah, for sure. I for sure.
And I know that I've gone against things that I've said previously. I did not think this defense was going to be good this year. I thought Carr was going to be elite no matter what. I thought he was at a level where maybe he didn't even need a number one receiver. But now, I mean, it's like, for me, I just can't put 100% all the blame on him. Graf, don't feel like you got to leave. Feel free to stay.
No, that ain't even Graf.
That's not even Graf? Okay. Are you serious?
I think that's a fake Graf.
Oh, God. Well, either way, even if Graf is talking shit, it's fine. I mean, I think people could have different opinions, but quit making fake accounts, you weirdos on freaking YouTube. Quit making fake accounts of YouTubers. One thing to make a fake account of a coach.
Relax, Mirig. Everybody says Mirig, calls me Mirig, but I mean, I'm about to get out of here too, man. I'll just end on like, bro, I'm done. I'm done with the DC conversation. I at this point, I'm trying to talk about other stuff. Like,
right.
Can we talk about other stuff? That we have a rushing game. We have receivers that are out there that really shouldn't be out there. We have an offensive line that's, I think leading the league in penalties. So I think we have a lot of other stuff to talk about. And if we want to get a different quarterback, do we have what we need for that quarterback to be successful?
Yeah, not on offense, in my opinion. Yeah.
Do you think though? Like honestly, if we went and got Rodgers, who's the top 3 quarterbacks right now
on the market, or just top 3 in the NFL?
In NFL.
I mean, I think one of them's on the bench, Deshaun Watson. But anyways, I will say
top 3. Dang.
Well, at least top 5. I mean, he was playing like that. Even though the team lost a lot last year, but he was still doing really well. I will say yes. You got to say it's Rodgers, Mahomes, and maybe
Brady.
I would give it to Stafford over Brady just because I just don't like Brady. I mean,
oh my God, bro.
I just don't like
Stafford.
Brady. I can't give it to Brady. I can't. I can't. I'm biased. I'm biased there.
You wouldn't even. I would pick Josh Allen over Stafford, bro.
Yeah, but he's been losing and he hasn't been scoring. It's been because of the offense, and he has Stephon Diggs. He has weapons.
He only has all he has is Stephon Diggs.
Well, they still have gadget players like Isaiah McKenzie, people like that. You know what I mean?
Bro, that stuff doesn't count. Those guys only count to people that keep up with in depth of football. If someone were to
psychos like us, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
All right,
you get on Madden, you're like, oh, I might want to get that guy. He's pretty nifty. He's shifty, huh?
Yeah, I know, that's true.
But think about it. You bring up Stafford. He has more than just the Diggs.
He does. He has OBJ as his third string receiver. So
exactly, bro. Exactly. So it's hard to say that. You know what I mean?
It's hard to say who's the best QB.
Think about it. You said Aaron Rodgers too. He got the best receiver in the entire league.
But people will say that Carr has the best mismatch. Carr has the best tight end. I mean,
Jones.
Huh?
And Jones. So
yeah, Aaron Jones is sick.
And a top 5 offensive line.
And the defense is always doing pretty well too.
Yep, top 3 defense in the league right now. They're the top. They just beat the Seahawks, bro. They just beat Russell Wilson, Seahawks.
But Russell Wilson is coming off finger surgery. He's not the same Russell. That's why I didn't put him in.
Did you say that when Derek Carr broke his leg, back, or finger in 2017?
I know, and that's why I would make excuses for him too. I'm just saying, there's a reality going on here. And Rodgers is still getting over COVID. No, I'm just kidding. No.
Could you imagine Derek Carr lying and then being like,
"Oh, dude, he'd be done. He'd be done.
He'd be done."
If you have to head out, that's fine. I'm gonna wrap up with some of these super chats.
All right, man.
But thanks for chilling, man.
Yeah, man, no problem.
Hit me up too if you're doing your thing tomorrow. I'll be free. If you want me to stop by, I'd love to. But
yeah, for sure, man. I'll most likely do my Good Morning Nation show. Get back with the group after a good night's sleep rest. See where everybody's at.
Hell yeah! So check out Raid the Tape. Going to be doing Good Morning Nation tomorrow. It's always a fun show, especially in the morning for some of us getting the day started. So shout out to you, man. Peace out. See you soon.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Later.
See you later. What's the word with Fluker, man? I don't know if that Fluker thing is gonna happen anymore. If they haven't gotten Fluker some snaps yet, I don't. Weird zone. Okay, we're here. Yeah, so I don't think the Fluker thing is gonna work out anytime soon. But appreciate you, Unholy Roller Frankie. You had the best chat of the night with Start Peterman for the rest of the year. You won the award. If there is a trophy I can give you, I would send you that trophy, Frankie, because that was a great comment. Hey, and shout out to David Vereen, man, and becoming a supporter. Supporting this channel really helps a lot. You know, ads are always rough on Google. YouTube's always, shitting on us, especially if we curse, we say things we're not supposed to. So supporting us directly, $2.99 a month, it's awesome. I got a bunch of emojis I'm laying out, and you obviously get priority and archives. I have archives of streams that I've taken down publicly. Mainly 420 Football Talk because, I'm smoking on there. You get access to that as a member, so that's always pretty cool. So shout out to David Vereen showing us some support. 510 Raider, you give Carr good weapons. I thought today was a good conversation. I like hearing from Raid. I personally, I try to be sober, but even I am open to possibilities. I've always looked at Mariota and thought about what it could be. But then talking to Raid, the tape, I do tend to kind of sober up in a certain way where I could see it also going poorly and us missing Derek Carr. I mean, that could definitely happen. That does happen. And this wasn't the lowest we've seen Carr. We've seen 2018 Carr struggle. We've seen 2019 second half of the season struggle. 2020 was different for Carr's second half, in my opinion, because it was just the defense failing him. But it's getting bad. We're fearing another collapse. It's been too long. We need to get something going. And when it doesn't work out, you got to point fingers at the guy who has his hands on the ball every play. But I still think Carr's a great QB. I'm still rooting for him every day. Fresno State alum. And I also do believe if he was on a team like the Rams, if he was on a team like the Bucks, it's hard to argue that he wouldn't be killing it. I mean, to be honest. And we're going to see what he says in these pressers because, you know, even Andy picked up on that. Even Raid picked up on that. And I didn't talk to these guys at all. We just, you know, logged on and riffed it live. And we all had the same, you know, feeling about Derek Carr and what he said what he said about the coaching staff, which I don't know if this is the real graph. People were saying no, but whatever. What he said about the coaching staff, you know, he's obviously skeptical that it's going to be successful. Either way, thank you guys for joining us. My throat has been destroyed. I drank some ginger, so shout out to my girlfriend for getting some ginger tea for us. But yeah, go by and check out Raid the Tape. Check out all the people. Andy, Raider Football Talk. I was trying to put his thing up there. I put it in the chat, but Raiders Football Talk with Andy, really good channel. He's been going hard since the off season, and it's graphic. Okay, and here's the thing: the reason why I believed it was you, graphic, because I don't think anything you said was crazy. I mean, you're allowed to disagree with other people, and call people out. Everybody can call everybody out. You know me. I'm free speech. Free speech. WiFiWillie. That's why I could say free Gruden even though people disagree with it. And I know it gets me in trouble, but that's why I got to be pro, say whatever you want. But shout out to Graf. That is him. On God, he said it's him. So shout out to him, dude. Really appreciate everything he's done bringing people together on his channel too. I wouldn't know Raid the Tape this well. I wouldn't know Andy this well if it wasn't for graphics. So shout out to him. You know, connecting people and everything like that, and having a great channel too. But yeah, check everybody out. Monday, there's gonna be a lot. We got a lot of content coming. All the YouTubers are gonna have a lot to say in a more condensed way through video. So thank you guys for joining me. It's 20-34, 6 minutes and 50 seconds left for Steelers versus Chargers. Doesn't look like the Steelers can pull this off, but let's hope so. And yeah, we'll see what's happening. Because here's the thing. We're going to find out a lot about our team this Thursday. We're going to find out a lot. And thankfully, we're not that banged up besides on special teams. So thankfully, we're healthy. And look, we're gonna have our opinions. We're going to talk about Carr. We're going to talk about Mariota. We're talking about who's to blame, everything. This Thursday, we got another game, another opportunity to evaluate. Let's hope we turn this around, man. Let's hope we turn this around. No matter who's playing, I just hope we turn this around because I'm sick of it being like this. I'm sick of it being like this, just like all of you. Shout out to you guys. Have a good night. Get a good night rest. WiFiWillie's out. Subscribe if you haven't. Like this video. And peace. I hope you have a good one, man.